And we are live. Happy 615 day, everybody. Your pal, Lou Pickney, a.k.a. NashvilleLou, with you here. NashvilleLou Live is on the air. 615 day, June 15th, 2023, for the city of Nashville. Last several years, 615 day has become this improbable but yet very real special day of celebration. 615, the traditional telephone area code for Middle Tennessee and particularly Nashville. Now, obviously, there are more area codes than there used to be. But that's what people think of. The 615, you're talking about Nashville, Middle Tennessee. Many years ago with Knoxville, but they split off many moons ago. A lot of demand for phone numbers. And so the American way of writing June 15th is 6/15, and thus that's how we get to 615 day. So let's get going with it here. Quick look at the prize wheel. Presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. Got a loot pack out there. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, donated by Sean IOP. It's still up there. Got 3 epics on the wheel. We gave away a couple epics on the last show. Hey, hello to everyone here. Don't want to miss anybody. Hello to Tech, Rusky Music, Downtown Detail, Anik 420X, the Warsaken in the house, Delvis N. So we got a list right now. This is the look what we have on the wheel. So beyond the 10 ultra rares, 25 super rares, and then 10 very rares. Throughout the broadcast, I'll be dropping links in chat that are a lot just for fun, but some with some value to them as far as some giveaways, some promotional wax items, hyping the city of Nashville, and in some cases my own personal art collection on wax, but just kind of a fun thing to do. Prizes, though, to be given away to those that beat me, and the best way to have that happen is to get to it. So, bring the slate up for just a moment. A lot to talk about with Warsaken Blitz. This game held up very well, I thought. Hello. It's Numb with the follow. Thank you very much. I appreciate that greatly. Let me see here. I want to make sure I'm not overlooking something in chat. Hey, hello, Tissues. Tech, you'll be first up. I don't know if you've sent a code yet. If not, if you could, please go ahead and send a code. So let me get connected and we'll get things started. The way it works with my way of doing it with Warsaken Blitz is I play people one at a time, and if they beat me, they get a spin on the prize wheel. If I win, then good game. We move on to the next. And it's something I did not expect was to be as happy as I was to be giving away stuff that I bought in many of these cases. And of course, also some great donations from people. Much appreciated. So I've got the code here from Tech. Go up here to battle. I'll type it in. We'll get things started. But I had a lot of fun with the tournament for Warsaken Blitz. There were 2 of them in total that took place on Tuesday. See that plus 21? Not plus, she starts with a 21 morale. You have to have a vast hinterland or something similar if you're going to use that card to be able to play Blitz with it. Just in case somebody sees this later and wonders, there is some balance even within Blitz to what you can do. But that allows me to start with an even 20 as far as my morale goes. I made it to the last round before. If I would have won one more, I would have made the finals. So if that's the round, I forget, you got the red and the blue, so I don't know how that works. Oh, let's see. All right, I got these that match, these that match. I like that. Only one building card. Let's keep it. It's dangerous when you take a mulligan. You have something halfway decent for your hand. In Warsaken Blitz, you have 1 leader card, you have 4 territory cards, and then you have 60 cards that comprise your deck, which is called the arsenal in this game. You and your opponent then take turns rolling a die. 5. The higher the number, the more cards you get from your arsenal into your hand. You can then play, you have that many actions as well. So the roll of the die plays a huge role. I'm going to play a pair of fire in the fields. I don't have anything to make 3 of a kind, unfortunately. 3 spots open in my war zone, 3 actions to go. We'll go with a pair of A9 hammerheads. 1 more action for this turn, and loaded up Private Sarah Vet. We'll send one of her cards out there, and that'll end my turn. Hey, hello. Hello to all of you. So I guess it was the third, because I mean, it makes it sound like I've performed better than maybe I really did, because I had a first round bye. I had a very tough opponent in round 2. There's 3 of a kind with a force. Then going up against Moonbaz Marty. Beat me 2 straight matches to advance to the finals. So while I'm disappointed I missed out on the finals, at least somebody I know here from the stream is going to be in from that side. So I've got a roll of 3, which gives me 3 actions. I can use 2 of them here. The pair of Private Sarah Vets. I'll pull it down to show you. Got 1 out there of her. Now I've got 2 more I can play, which works out pretty well. 3 of a kind force and Warsaken Blitz allows you to take out 1 of your opponent's territories. We'll go after St. Purcell Harbor. One action to go for this hand. I have 2 spots open in my war zone. I really don't want to put the WMDs out there. It makes them a huge target. I don't have anything else that makes even 2 of a kind in my hand. And so while this may not be even the proper way to do it, I'm still learning as far as strategy goes. In this case, I'm going to forego putting anything else out there, not use that last action, and I'll end my turn. My opponent rolls a 1. But I was very happy with what BlueMint.com was able to provide tournament-wise, and I'm very much looking forward next week with Blockchain Brawlers in that tournament, too, in fact, going on with that. I think that's going to help that game in particular a bunch. Okay, so I rolled a 4. Nothing makes 3 of a kind. I only have 2 spots open in my war zone. I really like keeping one of those spots open. So while I do a number of different options here, I'll go ahead and play pair of intel cards. Control the message. And that will give me 2 actions remaining. I'm not going to use either of those. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, and I'll end my turn. So roll a 5. I know that Sean IOP made it to the finals. It felt like it was record time. We played in the same tournament. We were in different brackets. If I was in the red, he was in the blue, or vice versa. And it was just like you blink and he made it there quickly. All right, so 3 sets of 2 out there for my opponent. Got 2 weather cards, 2 force cards, another set of 2 force cards. 3 of a kind is what you do in Blitz to make them activate, as it were. Okay, so I rolled a 2, nothing to make 3 of a kind. Same problem as before, it's kind of stuck for the moment. So I'm gonna end my turn. Oh, you got the giveaway link, great. Well, I've more of those to throw out here throughout the broadcast. I want to get some of the games going first and put some out there. These aren't going to be high necessarily, like, I'd say high stakes stuff. I do have a couple of fun things for my collection, but just some stuff to throw out there. Celebrating 615 Day. So it's 3 of a kind with an intel. That's 1 each with my cards in my war zone. That's part of the challenge. That's why I didn't put that WMD pair out there. I didn't want that to happen to that. So kind of tough when you get hit with an intel card like that. 1. Well, I can at least play a lasting blizzard. That'll end my turn. So my opponent rolled a 4. If there was any disappointment from my the last broadcast I had in this particular time slot last Thursday, was I really thought I could get that Moobot extension to work for me. I just didn't cooperate. There's 2 of a kind with intel, but only 2. That'll end the turn. The risk I had dropping that weather out there, filling up that 4th spot. When you do that, you may make yourself a target with that 4th card you play out there. So what I'll do here is I'm going to go ahead and play additional 2 weather cards. That'll give me an extra turn. And Warsaken Blitz, 3 of a kind weather, gives you 2 options. You can have 3 extra actions for this turn. There may be times when you need that, but mostly you're going to go plus 1 turn. So an extra turn after this one. I've got 3 actions to go still. Got the trio of intel cards I can play right there. All those 2 of a kind staring me down. I think it's a logical move. So we go 3 of a kind with the intel. All's fair and turnaround. I'm going to bounce 3. That's what it's called in Blitz when you knock 3 of cards from your opponent's war zone.
Select target.
We'll take out 1 of Igor.
Select target.
Take out an A7 axe.
Select target.
I'll take out an intel. And now the extra turn. 6. All right, got WMD 3 of a kind right here with a white phosphorus ball. But that's going to be a nice start. I'll have my opponent down to 1 territory remaining.
Select target.
In Warsaken Blitz, you can play 1 WMD per match. A WMD takes out as many as 2 territories for your opponent. It will not take out an opponent's leader, so keep that in mind. That's not just a minor thing either. Drighton oil fields and the golden farmlands. Eliminated. Hey, Rexy, hello. Do my best to keep up with everybody in chat, checking this out. So 3 more cards I can play, and I have the option of using the barracks right here. I could go back into my discard pile. I'm actually... You see what I got? 1 each out there from where I got. Actually, we'll do that, I think. So I'll play the barracks. And if your arsenal's getting attacked, intel cards being used to take 6 cards from your arsenal to your discard pile. If that happens, returning 6 to your arsenal can come into play, can help you. I have won a match one time that way because of that, but normally that's not the way it tends to work. All right, we'll bring back the fire in the fields. The hammerhead. And the intel. Control the message. Now it's my opponent's turn. Opponent's down to 1 territory remaining. When you get 0 territories in Warsaken Blitz, your leader becomes compromised. All it takes to take out a compromised leader is 3 of a kind with force. 3 matching force cards. The cards themselves can look different, but the title has to be the same. Intel getting lined up there. My opponent, it's a 1. Play a fire in the fields, and that will end my turn. So with Warsaken Blitz, the tournament matches that took place earlier this week, there were 2 out of 3 match battles for the finals coming up Tuesday of next week. There's 3 of a kind intel. Let's see what happens with this. May decide to target my arsenal here as opposed to the cards out front. Nope. Decided to go after cards in my war zone. My turn. 5. Okay. Play 3 of a kind with a Jack's Nash.
Select target.
3 of a kind with a force. That'll take out my opponent's final remaining territory.
Leader compromised.
2 actions to go for this turn. I already have 1 intel card out there. In the war zone, we'll play 2 more with control the message. Bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone.
Select target.
Weather.
Select target.
The other weather.
Select target.
Igor. Out. Now it's my opponent's turn. So all I need now is to get 3 of a kind force cards and have enough actions to take them in a turn. and then I'll be able to win the match, take out my opponent's leader. But that's if I'm still around to do that. A roll of 6 here. So 6 actions for my opponent. A lot of room there in the war zone for my opponent to play something. It's unusual to have at this point in the match only have 1 card total out there for both sides combined. That's going to change in a hurry, at least for the moment, to get 3 of a kind with a force out there. I'm down to 2 territories. 3 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. 17 cards. My opponent's hand. Building cards. 3 of a kind. So pulling something back from the discard pile. My turn. 3. All right, I'm going to win it right here. Got 3 of a kind with the Cheetah Z series. Have 3 actions, just enough.
Select target.
All right, good game, Tech. There was some unfortunate timing with the tournament as far as some, I think it was AWS related outages. And that's, if you have any sort of game online, unfortunately, things like that at times are going to happen and cause problems. But overall, everybody managed to work through it. We got to that, the early group of 8 and then the late group of 8 as far as the 16 people that advanced to the finals. All right, so Rusky Music, you're up if you would, please. Oh, thank you, Downtown. I appreciate it. Thank you. I've been in broadcasting, I've been in sports broadcasting for 28 years. And I've worked for years as well as a television news producer. And so I'm in a fortunate spot now where I get to pick the gigs that I want, really. So I was able to call men's lacrosse this past season for Swanee Tigers. NCAA lacrosse is so much fun to call. I'd never even seen the sport in person until last year when I was pressed in what was essentially emergency service. The University of the South made the NCAA tournament. They needed an announcer. So I went in there just based off having seen the sport on television. And the Major League Warsaken tourney, that would be interesting. I would love to have some sort of way to do like live look-ins. That would have been a fun thing to have in the tournament, but that's not the way it's really set up right now. I mean, as it is, I tend to lobby for spectator mode in every game that I play because I know the potential with that usually is pretty strong, but it's one thing to want it, it's another to make it happen. So let's see, waiting for Rusky Music, unless there was a code put in that I missed, which is always possible. We want to keep the pace going with this here. And the way I've been working this is I take a break, about a 5-minute break or so every hour, get up and stretch. It actually does make a difference. My neck gets, unfortunately, set in the same position for too long, and it causes problems with my neck, and that's not any fun. Okay, no problems, Rusky Music. If you have the code ready whenever you are. Ready? Ready when you are. And I typically ask my opponent to provide the code. Like I ran into some of that with the gameplay yesterday. Did some demonstration play with blockchain brawlers and had some trouble with the connect codes. There's sometimes problems as well in Warsaken. Anything with a connect code, and Rusky Music says getting it now, which is sounds good. All right, so I'll be posting links for giveaways celebrating 615 Day. I tried to think of as many different ways to get people involved that wouldn't slow things up as far as the format of the way I like to do my broadcasts. So here's another freebie be coming out here in just a moment. First person to claim it wins. I just have to make sure that I put a note next to it when I actually send something out, because otherwise I risk doubling up. Not trying to pull a rib on anybody. And a lot of these are from my own collection, which I had whitelisted back when that was still a thing 2+ years ago on Atomic Hub. So it's cool to be, there's the code from Rusky Music. I'm over here playing Giveaway Pitch Man. You're typing this code in. So we'll get the code typed in and get the next match going here in just a second, playing Warsaken Blitz. That all camo deck actually caused me more problems than I expected. It didn't really affect any of the matches per se, but I thought, oh, you know, it's a clever look in all camo. And it gave me a couple of times like this false sense of thinking I had a better hand than I did at a glance.
Warsaken.
And it's easy to take a look and say, oh, okay. That's wishful thinking there, Lou, with all the camo seems to match, but that doesn't matter. It's the cards themselves. And again, what I love with Warsaken Blitz is that it simplifies things for new players, people that aren't familiar with this, because it's by category more than anything. I've got 2 building cards. I don't like having 2 building cards early. They get in the way. I can't play them. So I'm going to take a mulligan here. Nothing else matches also. So the mulligan's a second crack at it. I'm going to keep this one. You can take a second mulligan, but you're stuck with whatever they give you. And if you do take that, your opponent gets an extra card. I'll keep it. My opponent's decision process is going on that. So I've got the 2 here. I do have 1 building card, which, I mean, the building cards can save you sometimes, so it's not like I dislike them. It's just early on, they have a way of getting in the way, because you can't play them, even just put them out there in the war zone, you can't play 2 of them, or 1 for that matter, unless you have something in your discard pile. So my opponent goes first and rolls a 6. They randomly decides for you who goes first, and then sometimes you run into a buzzsaw, which is why I'm glad with the tournament. It was 2 out of 3 matches for each round for the Blue Mint tournament. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney, playing the game Warsaken Blitz. It was very helpful for me that I ended up being in the second of the 2 waves as far as the tournaments went for Warsaken Blitz this past Tuesday, because I was able to see both the way that Quadrell's art, Quadrell did a great job. I want to reiterate that. Awesome job that early window by himself with vocal issues going into it. There's 3 of a kind force that'll take out one of my territories. 3 actions still to go for my opponent. So I'm down to 3 cards. But I appreciate everybody over at Blue Mint, everyone at Atomic Hub, and of course the crew from Warsaken, Blockchain Brawlers as well, everybody involved with what's coming up next week with Game Fest. Two of a kind weather for my opponent. 1 more action to take for this turn. Remember, in Blitz, if you do 3 of a kind with a weather, get that option of getting an extra turn, extra roll the die. 4. Okay, so I'll go with 2 sets of 2 here. I really like this card, the XTT, put the letters together, APC. The color, the way it looks on here, this particular one I like a lot. 2 of a kind with this. 2 more actions to go for my turn. I've got 3 spots open in my war zone. The same card in multiple spots just takes up the 1, as far as the 4 slots you have out there in your war zone. Play a pair of freezing rainstorms, and that will end my turn. 2 sets of 2 out there in my war zone. And you'll notice at the top left-hand corner there, that blue dot, that lets you know that it's your opponent's turn. So if you're ever in a spot where, like, maybe you get distracted or you're looking at chat, if you're live streaming or real life intervenes, you can tell at a glance, okay, it's my opponent's turn if that blue dot's up there. If it's not, then it's like, oh, wait. But the pacing of Blitz, you can tell it's conversational enough. It's not like you're constantly under a clock to force you to have to really zone in on that. So it allows for more interaction. which I think for a lot of streamers has been a major positive. 2 sets of 2 for my opponent out there. It's my turn. I rolled a 2. Here's the 3 of a kind I was talking about with the weather. I'll get an extra turn. I'll show you how that works. And if you need 3 actions, and there are certain specific times, especially late in matches, you might need that. More often than not, the +1 turn is the way to go. I still have 1 action to go for this turn. Nothing that really matches up except for the building card. So we'll play that. Now the extra turn. 6. Alright, so we've got 3 of a kind with a Z-27 Tigers that'll take out one of my opponent's territories. We'll start with that.
Select target.
Fermi Energy Plants. Three actions to go for me for this turn. We'll play that second building card, the Amplified Uplink Facility. Cool looking card. 2 actions to go. 2 spots open in my war zone, and we'll go with a pair of intel cards to the assassination attempt. Those gold cards look fantastic in this game. And that's it for my turn. Six. My opponent rolled a 6. Song attribution information, NashvilleLou.com/music. Special thanks to Carl Casey at White Bat Audio. Gold cards, well, I've been collecting it for a long time. There's 3 of a kind force. They'll take me down to 2 territories. I'm relatively new to playing Warsaken Blitz, but I've been owned cards in this game for quite a long time. But it wasn't until last month. I wanted to get through NFL draft season. That's my busy season. One of my busy seasons. And it goes from super busy to like suddenly that ends. There's 2 of a kind force. And then men's lacrosse, my broadcast schedule ended when Swanee Tigers ended up losing the finals of the SAA tournament, which was too bad. I had so much fun calling men's lacrosse. I would have never guessed that either. I never played the sport. I noted before I'd never even seen it in person until I was all but pressed into emergency action last year. Got to call the home games and 1 neutral site game for Swanee this year. Had a blast with it. Won. I have to remember to not have the same shiny looking building cards in the same deck. That split second of false hope. Okay, I'm going to not use this action right here. 3 sets of 2 for me out there, but nothing that matches. I don't want to fill up that 4th spot in my war zone, and so we'll end the turn. Hey, Vando, hello. Oh, you said you've been collecting the gold cards. Yeah. Yeah, the gold cards look great. And the clicker's working there. I was just responding in chat. Meanwhile, I'm over here staring down a force, taking me down to 1 territory. 1 action to go for this turn for my opponent. That last action will go unused. It's my turn. 2. Oof. 2 actions, nothing to make 3 of a kind. Same deal as before. I want to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'm not going to use either action there. I'm going to end my turn. It's a 3. My opponent rolls a 3. I have 1 territory remaining. My opponent with 2 sets of 2 out in the war zone opposite me. A pair of weather cards, pair of force cards. And it makes it very easy to tell 13 cards in your opponent's hand. Just shows you. You don't have forced to count them. Makes it much easier. Also puts the number up there as far as how many cards remain in your arsenal or your opponent's arsenal, depending on your point of view. 2 intel cards played there, and you can tell the insignia there on the card. And for the purposes of Blitz, it's great because that's what really matters, not the specific text on the individual cards, with the exception of morale with territory cards. But for stuff that comes out of your arsenal, that's like the deploy soldier or ashes. That stuff doesn't matter for the purpose of Blitz. It makes it easier to learn. It's a positive. So we'll play the APC. Take out the golden farmlands. And I'll have my opponent down to 2 territories remaining. So 3 actions to go for this turn. Play that 3rd building card. That'll let me go into my discard pile. Choose to return 3 to my hand. And we'll bring back the Tigers. It doesn't matter between the two. They're force cards, so. Now, to use some caution, because if I throw this out there, it's my opponent's going to know that, okay, not going to be a surprise when I break out a 3rd, or worse for me, if an intel gets played, there's an easy target. I've got room out there. So what I'm going to do instead is play a pair of Agent Zeras. 2 of those. And that's going to end my turn. I might not get another roll depending on how things go in this one for my opponent. It's a roll of 4. But I thought with the tournaments for Warsaken Blitz from this past Tuesday, I thought it was a very good mixing of Discord and then letting the public get an idea of what's going on. Because I tested it live on the broadcast I did. And okay, let's see if I pull this up on in a different computer where I'm not logged in, and I'm just like somebody who heard about it and looked at it out of curiosity, what would they see? And I was able to follow along with it very well, and I was very happy with it. So many thanks to Blue Mint for that. And I think for the Blockchain Brawlers tournament next week, I have all sorts of ideas to get people into. If anybody's interested in getting in on that, but we'll talk more about that later. 5. Okay. Probably gonna play the weather cards here. Got 3 of a kind with the weather. Intel, actually. Yeah. I'll play the weathers, first things first. Triple ideal conditions, which I love there's a card for that. Ideal conditions. Extra turn. We'll get to the extra turn in a moment. So I've already got 2 of the assassination attempts out there. Play the 3rd. Triple intel. And you have 3 different options. It's called milling. Get your arsenal milled. It's 6 cards sent to your discard pile. You can force your opponent to discard 3, but you only want to really do that early on if you're going to. Bouncing 3.
Select target.
Clear play here. Take 1 off the top of each.
Select target.
Bounce, bounce,
Select target.
and bounce. Play a tsunami. Extra turn. 2. Put a pair of stolen blueprints, and that'll end my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. My opponent rolls a 3. I have 1 territory remaining. If that gets taken out, I'm going to have a compromised leader. Once you've got a compromised leader in Blitz, it only takes 3 of a kind of a force from your opponent. And take out your compromised leader and end the game. You can also have a compromised leader if your morale hits 0, or if your arsenal hits 0 cards. Trio of intel cards. So fewer options at the moment there in my war zone, but it's my turn 4. Play the Tigers.
Select target.
Go after the Drighton oil fields. One action to go for this turn. Play Sergeant Vladimir Orlov. And that's it for my turn. Three-of-a-kind WMD. That'll take out just my one remaining territory. It's tough to know how long do you wait for that WMD to show up if it's going to.
Compromised.
I got the compromised leader, so now it's just going to take three-of-a-kind with force. A trio of force guards would take out my leader and cost me the match. All right, my turn. 2. Well, I can play 2 of the sergeants over here and compromise my opponent's leader, but that's all I'm going to be able to do.
Select target.
So I'll take out the port of Karmasani.
Compromised.
Different points during this broadcast. There's a roll of 3. Just get 3 of a kind of force. When there's just one more of those planes right there, do it. Potentially. Got a compromised leader. I'll be throwing out freebie links for wax giveaways throughout this broadcast. Find those in chat. First person to claim it gets it. I had a number of ideas. It's difficult, though, trying to, in the moment especially, to capture the correct wallet. There's 3-of-a-kind force. That's going to be the match. So Rusky Music's going to beat me. We're going to have a spin on the prize wheel here in a second. All right, good game, Rusky Music. So I'm going to hit next on the cube. We're not going to play this next match until I have about a 5-minute break. So on the other side of this, but just to go ahead and get it ready. There it is. So Downtown Detail will be up next, but next is about 6-7 minutes from now, give or take. So good game. Rusky Music gets the win. And so that gives us an opportunity now to head over to the Warsaken prize wheel. I showed that off a little bit to start things off with the broadcast. So now for everyone else that is in, take a quick look at it. Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Aniri 3616. Here's a look at what's on the wheel. Loot pack out of my own personal collection there. Loot pack 03. The Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. Had to restock some of the epics after giving away a couple on my last Thursday broadcast. Then ultra rares, 10 deep, 25 super rares, and then rounding out with 10 very rares. All right, so I'm going to give it a few shuffles here for you. Rusky Music. Here we go. Good luck. All right, congratulations. It's a super rare A2 Nemesis number 429. All right, so if you would, Rusky Music, please let me double check. I'm trying to get to the point here where I'm able to have a pretty quick way to turn it around as far as, is the S442Q.C, is that you, Rusky? I want to make sure I got the right one for you, but for the regulars in particular, Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for playing. Thank you to everybody for playing and watching. Having fun with this. I'm going to go ahead, and the way I do it with my prize giveaways here on NashvilleLou Live is that I do the actual process of transferring it off screen, because it just works out easier this way, I assure you. Then once it's transferred, I can show it off, because there's great artwork. It's a lot of fun to do this. I'll put happy 615 day for the memo. And 615 day, big celebration here in Nashville. Okay, so that's correct on the wax address. I always try to double check on that, because once you send it, there's no unsending it. This time I remember to log into my fulfillments wallet before the broadcast. Progress. Put together a rundown for myself as far as the checklist before I go live. So go ahead now, and I'll bring the slate up for a moment. So I'll get this pulled up here. I frightened myself there for a moment. It's like, did I not send it? Not to the right thing? I just had the wrong tab pulled up. All right, so now I'll switch over to the... Here we go. Congratulations, Rusky Music. There it is, the A2 Nemesis. Number 429. It is a force card, and that is yours. Congratulations there, Rusky Music. Congrats. So enjoy that. It is yours. So now, let's take about a 5-minute break. Back on the other side, I've got the code ready to go from Downtown Detail. We'll be playing next. You want to get in the queue. Bit of a wait, but I assure you, getting in now might be better than waiting for later if you're hoping to play here in the upcoming next little bit of time. But I'll do my best to work everybody in who's wanting to play. It's 615 day, a big day of celebration here in Nashville. Got giveaways, ideas, a lot of fun. We had the prize wheel. And how much fun we had with that. So we're back in just a few minutes with more NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from the break. Bring the music on down. I'll type in the code that I got just before I headed to break there from Downtown Detail. We're going with our next match, Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Downtown Detail. I have to make sure I type in my own little side notepad here to keep track of who I played and when, because going back later can be a lot to try and figure out if you haven't kept up with it. Okay, that's good enough. I'll keep it. Just the one building card. Not the best starting hand I'll ever have, but having too much WMD can be a little bit of a problem, but I got one of each, so it's risky. 3-of-a-kind weather, so that'll be an extra turn for my opponent, who still has 2 actions to go with this turn. Glad you got it, Rexy. So a roll of 6, 3-of-a-kind weather. We're on a loop here. 5 actions to go for my opponent, plus another turn. A pair of weather cards. Two of a kind with force cards. Those epics out there, those greens. And then gold. Extra turn, roll a 3. So it's 2 sets of 2 as far as weather cards, a pair of force cards out there. And that's it. My opponent's going to leave that 4th spot open in the war zone. My turn. 1. Oh. Play a Roman's Prototype, a force card. It has the G there for being a G-force, but for the purposes of Blitz, it's just the same as if it had a, like that logo right there on it, that emblem, for a force card, because it does the same thing. So my opponent already has 10 cards. You can put some combos together with weather cards early. If you're able to do that, you can sometimes get yourself a whole lot of options as far as cards go in your hand. Where I think there's going to be a lot of fun in the future with these types of tournaments is when we have tournaments where you've got everyone on camera and a way for a viewing audience to see both sides. Now, a lot of that's probably going to mean some stuff being done in post-production. But I know as much as there's value in live streaming and the interactive, you know, all the options with that, there are also going to be opportunities, I believe at least, as far as with tournaments that haven't been done in that sort of way yet, just because there are some limitations. These games are being developed. It's not like spectator mode's the first thing versus consistent playability. And as it is with people being able to live stream, they can show you what's going on. And in theory, you could work something out to have a double screen sharing setup, but at least with what we had with the tournament for Blue Mint, I thought it was very helpful to keep track. Because I stayed on the air with my broadcast until we knew the very last outcome. I just wanted to see the full field and thought, well, let's see how this goes. And okay, so I hope I'm not locked up here. Sometimes there's been an issue where I think it's my opponent's turn and it gives you the blue dot and it's no way it's not. So. And I guess that is one flip side to the untimed nature of this. Makes it very much a conversational. You're not under pressure to play immediately. And then somebody at times might have a computer problem, or maybe you yourself have a problem as far as your computer or internet goes. It's hard to know. And for someone like Quadrell's art that plays 4 people at once, I mean, it's impressive. It's like it's like no problem for Quadrell. Boom, 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 play. Like, wow. So that does, when there's a situation like this where there's a delay in a game, it doesn't have the same effect if you're playing 4 games at once versus if you're just doing 1 at a time like this. I'll tell you what I really liked that Blue Mint did with the tournament coverage, and I didn't realize this until after the fact that they were doing it this way. They had the 3 different streamers, including myself, and the 3 of us up there. So if somebody wanted to watch like Soul the Cat, that option was right there, which is great. And I think particularly as we get to start having tournaments with people that speak a lot of different languages, the more people that are willing to live stream and explain what they're doing in other languages besides English. I can help you with that one. And unfortunately for me, I'm the stereotypical American as far as my language skills go. Alright, so downtown detail, I don't know if you're there. I'm not sure what's going on with this. Oh, here we go. There we are. Alright. So it's a roll of 1. And an intel card's played. My turn. 5. Alright, well, I'll go with a trio of intel cards. Just have the one Roman out there at the moment. I'm going to bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone.
Select target.
I'll go 1 of each with the sets of 2 out here. Be careful not to hit the green outline button there. That would take both of them out. That's not what I'm trying to do here.
Select target.
1 each.
Select target.
Two actions to go for this turn for me. So I'll play that second Roman's prototype. 3 spots open in my war zone. And I'll play an interrogation facility, a building card. And that will end my turn. Oh, no worries, downtown detail. I understand. That's a 6. 3-of-a-kind intel. This trio out here might get targeted. It could be an attack on my arsenal. Oh, it's going to clear out my war zone. You can see the pair of Roman's prototypes in the interrogation facility sent there. 3-of-a-kind WMD is going to take out 2 of my 4 territories. One action to go for my opponent. That'll end the turn. 6. Well. Play the pair of W1 MG tanks. 4 actions to go for this turn. Go with a pair of surface-to-air missile sites, building cards. And we'll go with... I will go ahead and play Capture Leader. Actually, I play both of them, can't I? Okay. That'll end my turn. This could prove to be a mistake. We'll see. 1. So my opponent rolls a 1. So I'll pull back there, opening up a spot. Opposite me there in my opponent's war zone. Rolled a 2. I'm not going to use either of those actions. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, and I'll end the turn. It's a 5. My opponent rolls a 5. There's a pair of intel cards. 3 actions to go. A second pair of intel cards. And then that one-off weather pulled off the board. So 3 sets of 2 out there. And that'll end my opponent's turn. 6. Oh my goodness. That's a tough one when this happens. You roll a 6. And there's nothing that matches up for 3-of-a-kind. I'm actually going to pull back my pair of WMDs. I'll replace that with a pair of Agent Rico's force cards. And that's going to be 2 actions to go for my turn. And I'm not going to use those last 2 actions in my turn. My opponent rolls a 3. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. In the second hour of Blitz. 3 of a kind intel, which probably means 1 each for those cards that I have out there in my war zone. Could be an attack on my arsenal, but so interesting. They went 2 and 1 on that, as opposed to an even distribution. Pair of force cards. That blood red, that blood foil drops in there. It gets your attention. 1. Brutal. Well, play the S21R. That's going to end my turn. Oh, and then on top of that, it's doing the... I'm not sure why it does this with the OK button where it just won't let you click. I saw this a lot in the tournaments. Let's see. Peek through this. The translucent view of what's going on. So I'm down to 1 territory. I'm to F5, which is going to reload it. And I can finally click out of this. Okay. That is the biggest problem right now with Warsaken Blitz. But, I mean, you saw how easy it was to fix. Not the end of the world. Roll a 5. Okay, so I can finally go with the WMD.
Select target.
WMD lets you take out 2 of your opponent's territories. You can only play 1 WMD per match. In Warsaken Blitz, that's the vast hinterland. Didn't recognize that they were that particular look. Dr. St. Purcell Harbor, some great cards over here. And the Port of Carmasani. The enemy's turn button. Well, the problem isn't the button. The problem is we won't let you click. And I've seen it where it's not the button, that one specifically. I've seen it with a die. I've seen it where you're trying to choose which of the options you have after like a force or an intel. So it's not just that. And yet at the same time, at the same time, it's still an issue nonetheless. It's hopefully, I'm sure they know about it. They clearly do. 2 of a kind. I'll play the second Agent Rico, and that's going to end my turn. Have the enemy's turn. Well, at least let you know what's going on. You can click OK and it makes it go away. So my problem isn't. It's just. No, with something like this, because I don't know the tech stuff at all to know why that might be a problem. So far be it from me to say good, bad, or indifferent on some of that. There's 3 of a kind building cards, so 3 cards from my opponent's discard pile go back. Usable in the hand with 3 actions to go for this turn does not bode well for me. I only have 1 territory left. There's 3 of a kind weather, so my opponent gets an extra turn after this. 2 actions still to go for this turn. 3 of a kind. With that force, I'm going to have a compromise later.
Compromised.
So roll a 4 for this extra turn. If it's 3 of a kind force cards for my opponent, that's going to be the match. And I'm going to lose it right here. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's the match. All right, good game. Downtown Detail. Victorious. That means we're going to the Warsaken prize wheel here in just a moment. All right, Downtown Detail. I'll need to know what wax address you want me to send your prize to, so please let me know that. I know it has on-screen people's addresses, but that often doesn't actually correlate with the one that they actually want it to go to. So that's why I ask. So I'll go ahead and bring up the slate here for just a second as I go ahead and bring up the wheel of names.com that I've utilized for the purposes of the Warsaken prize wheel, presented by my Land and Alien Worlds Neri 3616. So we'll remove the prize from the last spin. That super rare's off the board now. Go ahead and sort it. So this is 1 out of 49 for any given item on the wheel here. All right. Thank you, Downtown Detail. I'm going to copy that down now so I don't overlook it here in a moment. Okay. So now I've got it. So anyway, let's go through the prize wheel. Got the 3 epics. I gave away 2 epics on last Thursday's show. Remember that? The loot pack. A number of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. 10 ultra rares. 10 very rares. So hopefully something good you'll like out of this here, Downtown Detail. So I'm going to give this a few shuffles. Give it a spin. Good luck. All right, super rare AX Strike Fighter number 397. Congratulations. Should I make a note of this in my own records here? Okay. So I'll go ahead and get that AX. I presume it's AX, not X, because they have both letters capitalized. AX Strike Fighter number 397. I'll put in there happy 615 day. June 15th, the American way of writing 615. And of course, as I noted before, for Nashville, 615 days become an actual day of celebration. This 615 being the primary telephone area code for the greater Nashville area. You noted that in the memo on the transfer. So we'll go ahead and get that AX Strike Fighter transferred over to you there. Make sure I use the proper sequences or switching from one screen to the next. I've tried some different options as far as browser sources go. Some of it just didn't want to cooperate with me, but the way we have it set up here works out pretty well because now I can just show off the prize. And this is the part of it that I didn't expect to actually legitimately enjoy like I do. So here it is. So there's the AX Strike Fighter. There it is. It was sent. Only 500 of those made. That camo effect. It's coming right at you, so it's like from the air point of view. So there's creativity. There is creativity within the artwork design here in Warsaken. And this is the other part of it, this part of it that I really like. As much as I just lost a match, you think I'd be unhappy or whatever. I'm happy to have people to play against me live on stream. Without competition, there's no show, there's no broadcast. So there's the Strike Fighter. Congratulations. All right. Hey, likewise, thank you. Thank you for playing. Appreciate it. So now, let's see. Oh, and after all that, I didn't hit the next. That's again, I've got the sequence of the way I advance things to learn here. So, all right, so Anik 420X, I may have already, if you haven't sent a code yet, please do. So Anik, if you're there, so I posted just a moment before there there it is. Thank you. Thank you. That's on me for not advancing the queue before I started doing everything. I don't want to like zip past the person I just played against and not. I try to go through and make sure I got everything written down before I advance it, but that In this case, I think it gets in the way more, so I might have to just not do it that way in the future. As long as I keep track of who I'm playing during the match itself, and some of the rest of it I can figure out.
Warsaken.
Here we go. All right, so I have one matching pair, just the one building card. I'll keep it. Yeah, now, there are times when using a mulligan is most definitely the right move, but it's very risky. You've got at least a decent hand to start with. At least in my experience. So even if you do get a pretty decent hand after that second mulligan, you're giving your opponent an extra card. My opponent rolls a 3. Alright, so for my opponent, a pair of intel cards and a force. My turn. 1. Well, we'll send Igor out there. Got that hard hat on. He'll be fine. Alright. That's it for my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having fun playing Blitz. Giving away prizes here on 615 Day. Big celebration day for Nashville. My opponent rolls a 4. There's a triple. WMD's going to take out 2 of my territories. Of course, remember you can only play 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. There's a second force card to match one out there, so a double intel, double force staring me down. It's my turn. 5. All right. Well, we'll play the trio of intel cards here, the stolen blueprints. Now, there are times where you might want to consider making your opponent, if they have 8 cards, force them to discard 3 of them, but in this case, with 4 already in the war zone, we'll bounce 3 from there. We'll get rid of both of the intels.
Select target.
And one of the forces, the nameless soldier. 3 spots open in my war zone. I've got Igor hanging out there by himself, so we'll send a second version of Igor. 1 more action for me to take for this round. But nothing matches up, so I'm going to actually leave all 3 of those empty spots open, not use that last action. That'll end my turn. So my opponent rolls a 3. Pair of weather cards. 1 action to go for my opponent. And then a standalone force card. I think that's the Kraken. 3. All right, well, 3 of a kind weather cards. So while I could take an additional 3 actions, that is not what I have in mind here. The extra turn, where we roll the die in Warsaken Blitz, you get that many actions for the turn. That's the number on the die, and you get as many cards as the number on the die added to your hand from your arsenal. Well, it can be a big swing, potentially. 1, or a not-so-big swing. Well, I'm going to leave those 3 spots in my war zone open, and that's going to end my turn. It's a 4. My opponent rolls a 4. There's 3-of-a-kind weather cards, which will be an extra turn for my opponent. See, it is the Kraken. Look at that card. Man. So action card, double Kraken. One more, make 3-of-a-kind. That would take me down to 1 territory remaining. My opponent still has all 4 territories intact. 2 actions to go for this turn. Pair of intel cards. Now the extra turn. It's a 5. So as I noted, it's 5 cards to your hand when you roll a 5, and you get 5 actions to use. A pair of force cards. Hold up a spot there. A standalone card from that second spot to free up a 4th lane there in the war zone. Pretty smart move. My turn, 6. Alright, well at least with Igor, we got there the slow way.
Select target.
But we got there. We'll take out St. Purcell Harbor. So at this point, my opponent has 3 territories remaining. I only have 2 remaining. I have 5 actions to go for this turn. Go with a pair of freezing rainstorms. We'll go with a pair of Jackal Air Base cards. It's a building card. 1 action to go here. And we'll play Sergeant Vladimir. And that'll end my turn. So roll 3 for my opponent. But again, what you need for a deck in Warsaken Blitz, 3-of-a-kind intel. You need a leader, 4 territories, and then enough to make up a full 60-card arsenal that really all I need to get going. That intel decimating my war zone area. 3 sets of 2 for my opponent. All of them force cards staring me down. My turn. 1. Oh. I'll play a Sergeant Vladimir, and that's going to end my turn. It's a 5. There's a 3-of-a-kind with a force. It'll take me down to 1 territory. Four actions to go for this turn for my opponent. Three-of-a-kind force of a compromised leader.
Compromised.
So I'm not out of it. My opponent played a standalone force card, but margin for error slim. Let's see. 5. Oh my. I was hoping I might get an intel trio to bail me out, but forget that. Okay. Play the pair of XTTs. Hang on. This might seem strange, but I'm actually going to bring back the building card. This might not matter at all because it's very likely that I'll just outright not get another roll of the die. Got a compromised leader, an opponent with a lot of force out there, but some intel in place. And at least give myself a chance if I do get another roll. It's a 3. There's 3-of-a-kind. with a force. That's the match. All right, good game. I threw out a freebie link as well in there, so good game. All right. All right, so congratulations, Anik victorious. We're going to go to the prize wheel. And so, Anik, I don't know if I have a wax address list. I know there was one in game, but again, I want to make sure people get the prize going to the wallet that they want it to go to. So, if you could, please let me know on that. So, I'll go ahead and bring the slate up for just a moment. We'll go over to the wheel of names. Doesn't take very long to get that going. So we'll take off the prize one on the last spin. We'll sort. Now it's 1 out of 48 chances that any given one of these on this wheel. All right. Thank you for posting that. I don't have the wax spot. That's an ongoing. But one of these days, I'll get it figured out with that. But thank you for posting that. I want to make sure I had it. So we'll go through the list here. 3 epics out there. Loot pack out there for my own collection. A lot of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. Ultra rares. And then the remaining very rares. All right, so we'll give it some shuffles here. And we'll give it a spin. Good luck. All right, congratulations. Super rare St. Purcell Harbor number 419. All right. Making a note of this here before I go any further, lest I overlook it later. But tricky once you zip past it, so get that sent to you right now. Sure note, happy 615 day from NashvilleLou. All right. We'll go ahead and get this sent out, and then in just a moment we'll bring it up on screen and on stream, both. Show off the prize here before we move on to the next match. Okay. There it is. Congratulations to Anik 420X for winning that St. Purcell Harbor. One of only 500 of those. The cool look is a colorful card, especially by Harbor standards, where they don't necessarily go for colorfulness, but sometimes it works out that way, the shipping containers. Then you got the camo effect, which I dig there. So that is your prize. Congratulations, Anik. Bring the slate back up, and we'll get ready here in just a moment to get things going with our next match. Okay, I don't know what slate said. I'm sorry about that. Bring that on down here. All right. All right, so delve us in up next. There's a lot to try and keep track of during a live broadcast. Makes it interesting. All right. The Camo Ziana deck. Yes, use this deck. There we go.
Warsaken.
This is NashvilleLou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. You want to join the queue, exclamation point, join. Type that in chat. Be sure to include your wax address so I know, or if you beat me, then I know where to send the prize. All right, so just the one building card. I got a pair that match there. Again, not the best starting hand you're ever going to have, but when you get something like that that works halfway decently, go with it. At least that's the way my approach has been. So I've seen how problematic it can be when you have to rely on a double mulligan, or where you just face an outright worse hand after a single mulligan. You don't want to take the double. Where some of that may depend on how a given person's planning on playing a match. Even with a simplified version of Warsaken, which is what Blitz is, there's still quite a bit as far as strategy goes. So my opponent rolls a 4. So it's a pair of force cards, 2 actions to go here for my opponent. And a pair of weather cards. My turn. 5. All right, well, plenty of clever hijacking to go around. 2 and 2 out there, so I do have opponent cards that I can target in my opponent's war zone. 3 different choices here. If I was going after my opponent's arsenal, try and mill down 6, force a discard of 3. If you're going to do that, do it early, but here I'll play
Select target.
with a bounce. We'll get rid of both Max Harpers.
Select target.
And we'll get rid of one of the Violent Tornadoes. 2 actions to go for my turn. And now that I have something in my discard pile, suddenly I can actually play these building cards. So that works out as well. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 2 for my opponent. Pair of building cards, and that's it for my opponent's turn. My turn. 3. Now I only have 3 cards in my discard pile, but that works out. Bringing back all 3. 2 actions to go for this turn. Could throw 2 of those back out there. Actually, I think I will. And that'll end my turn. So it's going to be interesting with the coverage of the Warsaken Blitz finals next Tuesday. I hope to have some sort of live streaming element. And while I'm not going to be in the finals, I lost in the round right before I would have made it. Instead, maybe a different way to cover it. And we'll see how that goes. So the building card for my opponent. There's 3 of a kind with a force. After playing the 2 weather cards out there, the force is going to take out one of my territories. It's the vast hinterland taken out. 1 action to go for my opponent. And it's a force card. My turn. 4. Actually, before I play it, I'll show you. I only have the 2 sitting out there as far as the clever hijack. So while I do have 2 additional, it doesn't even give you the option of playing because you can't play 4 at once. That's not the way it works. So I'll bounce the 3 that are sitting out there for my opponent.
Select target.
The GR Hornet.
Select target.
And the Violent Tornado. It's like a Violent Tornado getting spun around. Into the discard pile. 3 actions to go for me here. With a pair of lasting blizzards. 1 action to go for this turn. Play an instigated riots. And that's it for my turn. So a pair of force cards for my opponent. Another freebie link there in chat. My turn. 2. Alright, so I have 2 spots open in my opponent's, or in my war zone. I'll play a second instigated riots. And we play a doubles of a card. It doesn't take up an extra spot out there. It's only when it's a different card name. 1 action to go here. I'll play Specialist Dexter Smith, and that'll end my turn. It's not let me click on it. Up to F5 it. There we go. So if you run into a problem playing, and I'm using the app, which is essentially Chrome, but it works very well in my experience. Now, one problem is sometimes, especially if you've been playing for a little while, they run a problem with clicking on a button in the middle. In that case, just refresh, whether it's your browser or the app or whatever. It's a force that took out what I had was 3 territories, now down to 2. And now a pair of force cards staring me down from the opposite side as I get to spin a roll, I should say, for my turn. All right, lasting blizzard. And again, always better to show why. So you got 2 of a kind out there with a blizzard, and play the 3rd. This will give me an extra turn. It means an extra roll of the die. But not yet. 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a second Specialist Dexter Smith. 2 actions to go. I'll go with a pair of ideal conditions. And now get the extra spin. Moonbaz Marty, I hope so. I'll be going as fast as I can here with the matches. Let's see. But I'm going to be the queue is open as far as people joining up. Keep playing. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the... Well, this is interesting. There's only 2 out there for my opponent. As far as cards in play with those pair of forces. So instead of going after the force cards, I'm going to force my opponent to discard 3. And not usually going to be an ideal choice, especially well into a match. But with only 11 cards up there, it's not like they played WMD, which would give them cards that they would gladly get rid of, perhaps. But let's see. In this case here, we'll go with a pair of Terrifying Storms. And let's see. I'm going to give it a look here, but yeah, I'm going to forego that final action. I'm going to keep the 4th spot in my war zone open and end my turn. Make a note there to Moonbaz Marty. Congrats on making the finals. Go back and watch my video on demand of the tournament. You can see where Marty beat me 2 straight matches. So a roll of 5 here for my opponent. There's a pair of WMDs. A pair of weather cards. 1 action to go for this turn. And there is a force card. My turn. 2. Oof. I'm not going to use either of those actions. I'm going to end my turn. Keep that 4th spot open. My opponent rolls a 3. Two of a kind with the force cards, and that's it. My turn. 1. Lucky me. Got 2 Terrifying Storms out there. 3rd one just dropped in. I'll get an extra turn. Now, in this case, if I were in a spot where I needed 3 actions, like if my opponent had a compromised leader, I'm sitting on 3 forces, in that scenario, you take the +3 actions. That gets you the win for sure. Otherwise, there's some risk as far as how many actions you're going to get with that next roll of the die. That's, this is the rare case where I can point that out and say, okay, that's where you would use it. But even here, like +1 turns what makes sense for me. So let's see if I can get something else to pair with the weather that's sitting out there. Combo effect. 4. All right, so I've got the trio of drop ships. We'll start with that. I'll finally take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Slower paced match the way this one's been. One action to go for this turn. Got 2 spots open in my war zone, so I think it makes sense. We'll go ahead and play a selfless hero, and that will end my turn. And the extra challenge you had, Moonbaz Marty, was you had to play that 1st round game. That's where, like, the online N and I both were lucky enough to get the 1st round bye. I had a really good 2nd round opponent. I felt very fortunate to advance. Yeah, and that's tough when you got a game that relies so much on RNG like Blitz tends to do. And you've got to play any opponent in general makes it tough. So 3 of a kind there for my opponent. 3 of a kind for my opponent. These weathers have a way of adding up. Already staring down 2 WMD cards in my opponent's war zone. Only have 2 territories left. It's a roll of 3. Three of a kind WMD. I am in trouble. I'm a compromised leader.
Compromised.
2 actions to go for my opponent. If there's three of a kind force, it's going to be at all right. Good game. Congratulations. All right. We'll get to the Warsaken prize wheel in just a moment. So Delvis got the victory there, and that means we're going to head over to the Warsaken prize wheel. 6 shuffles requested. You got it. Of course, I'm going to do a reset, and we'll go over everything that's in there. Of course, it helps if I go in the right sequence to pull up the prize wheel. And so after we do the prize wheel spin, I'm going to have about a 5-minute break. On the other side of that, we'll keep things going here with these player versus player matches, celebrating 615 Day. Big day of celebration for my hometown of Nashville. Celebrating here live on stream. So I'm going to go over now to the Warsaken prize wheel, as promised. Of course, you can type !join in chat if you'd like to join the queue. So the super rare that was given away on the last spin is off the wheel. So now we're looking at 1 out of 47 chances for any given item here on the wheel. Do a sort. So alphabetically, you got the 3 epics are still out there. Loot pack, still out there. A lot of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. Ultra rares. And then some very rares. And so the request was 6 shuffles. You got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good luck. You got the ultra rare Delphine Bay number 159. Congrats. All right. All right, so Delvis, I presume it is that the VJ4N2.C for your wallet. We'll get to show it off here in just a moment. Then I'll have about a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with more action. We keep things going here with NashvilleLou live playing Warsaken Blitz. The game is so much fun. Right, so I'm going to get this transferred over. Memo wishing you a happy 615 day from NashvilleLou. So I made sure I noted the prize there in my own notes. Double checking that. Is the address correct? Okay. So I'm going to bring the slate up for just a moment. Prizes that are sent out from NashvilleLou Live come from my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S on the end. Had to get to 12 letters. Those are the rules. It has to be 12 letters. And I was fortunate enough to get one that fit 12 letters that worked out for me here as far as giveaways go. So go ahead and take a look. And there it is. Ultra rare Delphine Bay. Number 159. Only 200 of these exist. This one's yours, Delvis, and congratulations. All right. So I'm going to take about a 5-minute break here. I'll go ahead and advance in the queue. And so, tissues. I'll need a code from you to get connected for the next match. That's going to be, though, about 5 minutes. I don't need it right away. But I will be ready to play you here on the other side of this break. So about a 5-minute break. Back with more. Having a blast here playing Warsaken Blitz live on Twitch. NashvilleLou live. Back with more in just a little bit. Stay tuned. All right, coming back from break. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thrilled to be playing this exciting new strategy game with you here live on stream. So let's get after it here with the next matchup, shall we? The way it works here with Warsaken Blitz, I play people one at a time. They queue up. If I win, good game.
Warsaken.
If they win, take a spin on the Warsaken prize wheel. Just gave away an ultra rare. Now this works for me. I've got a matching pair. If there aren't any building cards to get in the way early, I'll keep it. Put it in chat. Here we go. Appreciate your patience there. All right, so it's my turn. Okay. Make sure I had my notes where I was match-wise. So I roll a 5. Wide open as far as my war zone goes. So I have 4 slots there open. 2 of the same card only take up the 1 slot. So that's an important thing to note. Pair of Agent Zeras. 1 action to go for this turn. 2 spots remain open, and my war zone will play one of these XTTs. And that's it for my turn. Hey, Moonbaz Marty, thank you for the raid. Roll 3. I appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. This is NashvilleLou live. Playing Warsaken Blitz. If you want to see how Moonbaz Marty made it to the finals, later on, check out my video on demand coverage of the tournament. Marty and I played. I streamed it live. Marty won 2 in a row. So I'll play the XTT. It's a tough spot here because I only have 1 slot open in my war zone. I don't like filling all 4 up if I can help it. So I'm going to play the second XTT. I'll give me 3 sets of 2 out there, but in the interest of keeping that 4th spot in my war zone open, I'm going to forego the last 2 actions of this turn, and then the turn. Yes, thank you for the raid there, Moonbaz Marty. Soul the Cat, hello. Hello. So my opponent has 2 sets of 2 with weather cards. 4. All right. So 3 of a kind WMD. I'm going to take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
Go after Mount Up Tanya. And the Port of Carmasani. Now, This is tricky. You have to be careful here. I know it's tempting. The cards are dancing. That usually is a sign like, hey, we got something for you. But you can only play one WMD per match. And so having 3-of-a-kind building cards would not be valuable at all to bring back cards I couldn't play anyway. So I'm going to leave that 4th spot open and end my turn. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. So a roll of 5 for my opponent. Happy 615 day to everybody. Big day of celebration for Nashville. 3-of-a-kind intel. It probably means those cards in my Warzone are going to be targeted. One off the top of each. And a pair of intel cards to end the turn for my opponent. 3. Now those building cards are a lot more tempting at this point. Play all 3 of those. Well, actually, I do like to demonstrate what I'm doing so people know. Okay, there's 1 spot open in my war zone. You only have up to 4 spots filled. Part of the reason I want to keep that 4th spot filled are situations like this. I rolled a 3. If I had to pull up a card from there and then play these, I wouldn't have enough actions left. Instead, 3 actions, 3 cards, boom. Now, you can return 6 to your arsenal if somebody's trying to use an intel game and go after your arsenal, milling your arsenal, as unpleasant as that sounds. But instead here, returning 3 to my hand. I guess you can't even choose the WMDs. They won't let you make that. I presume they will. I'm not going to try it here. So we'll take back the 3 that were knocked out by way of my opponent's intel card play. And that's it for my turn. Three-of-a-kind weather. That means an extra turn for my opponent after this one's over. 2 actions still to go here. 2-of-a-kind intel. Here's the extra turn. It's a 1. You're welcome, Delvis. Thank you for playing. Congrats. I mean, that's always give it my best as far as my gameplay goes, but I like giving away prizes. I like people to be happy that watch my broadcast, or as happy as I can make them. Okay, so the 1-of-a-kind out there, I've got cards in my hand that could match up, but right now that's not the priority. I'm actually going to go, this might be, I'll look at 3 sets of 2. I think this is actually the right play here, the intel. Let's bounce.
Select target.
I'm going to go 1 of each. Search algorithm.
Select target.
Terrifying storm.
Select target.
And control the message. All right, so 2 actions to go for me here. Now, the question would be, if I play anything else here, does it make sense? And the answer is no. I already have 1 of the XPTs out there. I only have the 1 Zera, so I don't have. If I had 2 of those, it would be either or. It doesn't really matter because it's the category that matters in Warsaken Blitz. A force card, if it's the XTT, or if it's Agent Zera, either way, they have the same function. You're gonna take out one of my opponent's territories. Banker Island. So that's it for my turn. My opponent's down to 1 territory. Captain John Parakeet, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it greatly. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. 2-of-a-kind weather. 3 actions to go. They have a pullback there of that intel that was sitting out by itself. 2 actions to go here. A lot of intel moving about. My turn. 3. All right. We'll play 3 Igor Bucks. My opponent's going to have a compromised leader.
Select target.
Vast Hinterland out.
Compromised.
But it's my opponent's turn, and there's a lot of potential trouble for me sitting opposite in that war zone. 3-of-a-kind intel. Making the most of that. Well, that's interesting. Making the most of that roll of 1 there. Milling 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. My arsenal, my deck, as it's called an arsenal in Warsaken. If that hits 0, at that point, my leader becomes compromised. 1. Okay, I'll play the second Agent Zera, and that'll end my turn. A roll of 5 for my opponent. And while I have all of my territories intact, I'm not sure how long that's going to last. It might not be what even gets focused on with this intel. Uh-oh. We get milled. So my arsenal gets milled down to 16. 2 actions to go here for my opponent. This is Warsaken Blitz. 2-of-a-kind intel. 3 sets of 2 out there in my opponent's war zone, but it's my turn. 5. Agent Zera for the win. Although, stop and think about it. You don't have to rush in this situation. I've got 2 of them out there. This is going to get me the victory.
Select target. Leader eliminated.
All right, good game. Natha CGA, you're up next. If you could, please provide a code. Yeah, I got some luck there with those rolls. You know how it goes in this game sometimes. Okay. See the emote there from Natha. Do you have a code? Trying to type things out in chat when I can. There it is. Thank you. Instant I send the question. Natha has the answer. Nice. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and type that in. We'll be on with our next match here. Playing Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live.
Warsaken.
Hard to complain about this for a starting hand. 2 sets of 2, no building cards to get in the way. I'll keep it. And I get to go first. Lucky me. 6. All right. 3-of-a-kind weather will give me an extra turn. Still have 3 actions to go for this turn. Jax Nash, getting after it early. On 615 day, of course Nash is going to be in there.
Select target.
St. Purcell Harbor. Extra turn. 4. Okay, well, plenty of room there in my war zone. We'll play a pair of Private Sarah vets. There we go. 2 more actions to go. 3 spots open in my war zone. Play a pair of Blinding Sandstorms, and that's going to end my turn. Those are weather cards. So a pair of 2 with a force, a pair of 2 with a weather. For the purposes of Warsaken Blitz, remember, it's the category that matters as far as the cards that you play. That you get out of your arsenal, your deck of 60. It's a roll of 4. So it's a pair of force cards, a second pair of force cards, and that'll end the turn. My turn. 2. I have 2 slots open in my war zone. We'll play a pair of Fire in the Fields. So it's a roll of 3 for Natha. And there's 3 of a kind. WMD is going to take out 2 of my territories. That's the power of a WMD in a match of Warsaken Blitz. My turn. 6. Well, now, unfortunately for me, you can only play 1 WMD per match. So, it doesn't really matter which. It's 3 of one or 3 of the other. We'll go with this one, the white phosphorus bomb.
Select target.
Board of Karmasani. Mount up Tanya. So while I have 3 of a kind with a captured leader, it does me no good. However, I have 2 of the blinding sandstorms out there. So I'll get an extra turn. Extra turn comes in a moment. I have 2 actions I can take here for this turn. Play a pair of intel cards. That'll leave 1 of my slots open in my war zone. You'll get 4 slots you can have filled in your war zone in Blitz. My turn. Again. 4. Okay. Well, at this point, there's nothing I can really... I mean, I could pull back 2 of, like, the intel cards if I wanted to. But I'm not going to do that. Could switch out 2 for... Try and switch in some force. But instead, I'll just hold on to what I have there. Means I've got to forego the turns, or the actions here in this turn. So 4 actions unused to end the turn, but that's the way it's going to have to be. And I'll end my turn with that. But I think Warsaken Blitz is a really good game, a good casual game for live streaming if you want to talk with people while you're streaming. When you want to pay attention to what's going on, that's important. There's 3 of a kind with a force. But it seems to allow more latitude. So I'm down to just 1 territory remaining. 3 actions to go here. That's 3 of a kind. I'm of a compromised leader. Natha loading up on me here.
Compromised.
2 actions to go here for Natha. There's a pair of force cards. 1 more of those, and that would be the match. Potentially for me, too. Brutal. I'm not going to use either action here. I'm going to end my turn. Just nothing I can do. It's a roll of 3. There's 1 more Romans prototype to match the 2 that are out there in my opponent's war zone. That'll be it. If there's any sort of 3 of a kind force in my opponent, the 11 cards in my opponent's hand, that also would be the match for me. Intel. There's 2 of a kind, 3 of a kind intel. Will they target what's out here? Will they target my arsenal? Will I get milled? I'm guessing 1 each of these. I'm already compromised, so, I mean, going after my arsenal at this point doesn't make a lot of sense. That makes more sense. 1 each off the top. My turn. 6. Okay. I can compromise my opponent's leader. Okay, I could use the guard towers to go back to get a weather. Maybe I should do that. So I already got a fire in the fields out there. Trying to make sure. I might need it exactly enough to do this, so I normally don't want to take up too much time on this, but okay. It's the intel card, which I might use, but let's see. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. As I close the screen down. So I'm going to play the guard towers here. Blinding sandstorm. Riverkind weather, extra turn. Here we go. 4. Whoa. Okay, I'll play the cheetahs. Compromise my opponent's leader.
Select target. Leader compromised.
1 action to go for this turn for me here. Play that second dispatched agent, and that'll end my turn. It's a 5. This could be it. Just take 3 of a kind of a force to beat me here. $13 cards for my opponent. Two of a kind intel played by my opponent. Pair of building cards. Wow. Let's see what happens here. 2. I'll put the hammerheads out there. I may not get another roll, though. I probably won't. I was lucky to get that one. There's a 3. Just gonna take 3 of a kind force to beat me here. There's a pair of weathers. A 3 of a kind weather would be an extra turn instead. Wow, I'm gonna get another roll here. 1. Well, at least with a dispatched agent. The saga continues. What a wild match this has been. Still is.
Select target.
Okay. Balance of Roman's prototype.
Select target.
Bounce a weather card.
Select target.
We'll bounce a building card. And that's it for my turn. 4. That's enough for if they have 3 of a kind force, they can pull anything off the board. That's a single. Play the 3 forces, and that would be it. There's a pair of weather cards. Remember, I just knocked 1 out of there, which turned out well for me, I suppose. 3 actions to go here for my opponent. There's a pullback, 2 actions to go. Pair of weather cards. Wow, another roll. Both have compromised leaders. 5. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, let's think about this. This is wild. I could go back to get 2 of 3 as far as what I could play this turn. But I think going with the intel here. Gonna bounce 3 more.
Select target.
What a wild match this has been. All right.
Select target.
Weather and intel.
Select target.
Weather. So I'll be 1 each of 4 in my opponent's war zone. We both have compromised leaders. Play a second fire in the fields, although it doesn't do me that much good for the moment. And I'm actually going to leave this last action untaken in this wild game. In turn. Keep in mind, I'm down to having 10 in my arsenal. If that hits, I've already got a compromised leader. I guess that doesn't matter. There's a roll of 2. If my opponent can get 3 of a kind weather, that would mean an extra turn. Otherwise, I think I might get another roll here. Incredibly. Incredibly. There's 2 weather cards that leftmost side there. 1 action to go here for this turn. And a second building card. My turn. 3. Okay. Whoa. All right. 3 of a kind. 3 actions. Roman's prototype for the win.
Select target.
Good game. That was wild. That was wild, Natha. Wow. All right, good game. Rexy, you're up. This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. You're on 615 day. 615, the American way of writing June 15th, and then 615, the area code of Nashville. So Rexy, just get me a connect code, please. And we'll get things going here with our next match. Thank you. And here we go.
Warsaken.
Okay. Well, a lot of color variety here. No building cards to get in the way. Two of a kind, I'll keep it. So again, as noted, in Warsaken Blitz, you start with 1 leader, 4 territories, and then an arsenal, a deck of 60 cards. Usually you'll have 4 of a kind for each type of card you have in there, although you can go with 3 of a kind. I would advise against that. For the purposes of Blitz, it's a simplified version of Warsaken, so things like, where it's just a weather card. It doesn't matter what type of weather card, just that it is a weather card. Or any other given category for that matter. So I rolled a 3, play a pair of the XTTs, which again, the force cards are the same as the electrical engineer, for example, for the purposes of Blitz. It makes it so much easier for people that are new to learn about the different categories, the different, the difference between a force and an intel and a WMD. A strange one here where there's nothing I can play. There's a pair right there, but you can't play them at this point in the match. So I'm not going to use that last action, and I'm going to end my turn. So it's a 6. Rexy rolls a 6. There's 3 of a kind weather. So that means an extra turn for Rexy after this one with 5 actions still to go. 3 of a kind intel. So that milled 6 cards from my arsenal into my discard pile. And you are allowed to look in both your discard pile and your opponent's. So a pair of building cards. A pair of intel cards. 2 actions to go here for Rexy. One intel card, and it's my turn. 5. Play a pair of ideal conditions. And I'll play a pair of amplified uplink facilities. 1 action to go, but I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. And I'll end my turn. My opponent rolls a 2. Swisheroo there for Rexy. That weather card filling the spot there. Roll 3. Alright. So I can use my building trio now and go back. Because I know I've got the stolen blueprint here. I know I can bring these back, and that'd be a pretty good idea. And then 1 more. Now you'll generally want to have a pretty good idea of which one you're bringing back before you go. But when playing for fun here, I'm going to, pencil in each and every detail. I'll bring back a WMD. So a number of options here. I've got 2. I just putting 2 out of 3 out there, I think, is asking for trouble. So instead, I'll play a pair of Z27 Tigers. Those are force cards. And that'll end my turn. So roll a 4. Interesting, just the second weather card there. No other actions. My turn. 4. Oh. It doesn't matter if I play the assassination attempt or the stolen blueprints as far as what it'll do. It's a perfect chance to take one off the top of each of those trio of pairs in my opponent's war zone. Love these gold cards, the assassination attempt cards especially. Again, for something that's quite terrible, it's nevertheless a very impressive looking card. Let's bounce.
Select target.
1 each.
Select target.
At the guard tower. Control the message.
Select target.
And violent tornado. 1 action to go for this turn. But I'm going to keep that 4th spot open for now. And I'll end my turn. So Rexy rolls a 2. And it's going to be interesting to see next Tuesday who ends up coming out victorious in the finals. We had the fun tournament on Tuesday with Warsaken Blitz. A little bit of pullback there for my opponent, making some space. My turn. 2. Okay. Play the blueprints. And that'll end my turn. So roll of 3 for Rexy. And it is a long queue at the moment, but if you want to play against me in Warsaken Blitz, go ahead and hit exclamation point, join, type that in chat. 3 of a kind intel. Uh-oh. That was the risk of putting the blueprints out there. 1. Well, I'll pull back the blueprints, and that'll end my turn. It's a 4. Two of a kind with the intel. 2 actions to go for Rexy. There's a pullback. 1 action to go. And an intel card. My turn. 5. Okay. Already have the 2 weather cards out there with the ideal conditions. We'll play 3. Take the extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. 3 of a kind tsunamis. Guess what? Extra turn. That's 2 extra turns. 1 action to go for this one. I'll play Vlad. Extra turn number 1 of 2. 6. All right. Oh, got that 4th spot open there in my war zone, which works out well here with this WMD. 3 of a kind. I'll take out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Fermi energy plants. Golden farmlands. So the WMD takes out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. I've got 3 actions to go for this turn. Already have 1 of these sergeants out there. Sergeant Vlad. 2 more.
Select target.
Take out a 3rd territory for my opponent. Drighton oil fields. Limited. One action to go for this turn. We'll play an Agent Zera. Extra turn number 2. 3. Okay, I have 14 cards left in my arsenal. Just looking at what my opponent's got lined up with those intel cards. But I've already got an Agent Zera out there. We'll play 2 more.
Select target.
It's going to compromise my opponent's leader.
Compromised.
One action to go for this turn. Play a freezing rainstorm. That's going to end my turn. So finally, it's Rexy's turn again. And Rexy rolls a 1. Although that could be 3 of a kind if you can match up with the 2 weathers. I believe that's the Violent Tornado out there. I'm going to spot if I can get 3 of a kind with a Force. I'll take out the compromised leader of Rexy's and get the win. But I'm not there yet. Three of a kind intel. Going after my arsenal there. I'm down to 8 cards in my arsenal. 5. I'm going to win the match right here. I've already got 1 Z27 Tiger out there. I'm grateful Rexy went after my arsenal and not the cards out there in my war zone. Worked out for me that way.
Select target.
That's the match. Good game.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right. Well, not quite to 40 past the hour yet, so we'll go on to the next. Tech, you're up. And this would be the last match of this hour before I take my break. Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, you're right, Rexy. That's saying that as I was playing it out there as far as what you went after. But, I mean, if you would have taken out my arsenal there, then I would have had a compromised leader. Putting yourself in position for that. All right, so Tech, if you're there. So do you have a code? It's a difficult thing with a live broadcast. People have been waiting a long time, and I don't want to shortchange anybody. Or as jumping their spot in the queue. At the same time, though, have a live audience, and that's the challenge of having what essentially is a live game show. And there's a reason that game shows usually aren't live. There are some inherent challenges to that. And yet, by the same token, you can broadcast from your home to audience around the world live. It's the novelty of that has not worn off and probably never will for me. I love it. All right. Tech is here with a code. Excellent. Thank you. Type in the code here and get things going. Alright. 2 building cards, which I'm not thrilled about. These 2 match. I'll keep it. It's kind of on the fence on that one, but I kept it. Alright. So Tech goes first, rolls a 6. Three of a kind intel. Going right after my arsenal there. Let's see what got knocked. Especially those 2. What got knocked over there? A pair of weather cards. 1 action to go for my opponent. My turn. 3. So nothing in my war zone yet. Play a pair of Cheetah Z series. And we'll play Fire in the Fields. A weather card. Uh-oh. Got F5 it. You're playing and you find that it's not letting you click. Just hit F5 on your app. Or on the keyboard, really. You don't even have to take it out of full screen, which helps. My opponent rolls a 1. So my opponent with that 1 action plays an intel card. My turn. 2. Alright. Well, and I'll show. I've got the 1 Fire in the Fields out there already. 2 actions. I was able to land 2 cards here. I'll get an extra turn. An extra roll the die. As many actions and cards as the number that appears here after I roll it. 5. Okay, 3 spots open in my war zone. Play Soldier Barracks. ×2. 3 actions to go for this turn. We'll play a pair of Cent Architectural Plans. I'll forego that last action and end my turn. Keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. Oh, it's a 6. Three of a kind weather means an extra turn. 3 actions to go here for this turn. There's a second intel card out there. 2 of a kind weather. 2 sets of 2 of the weather. 1 action to go for this turn. Or is that the roll for the extra turn? It was a roll of 1. Okay. No action taken. My turn. 1. I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I won't use that lone action. I'll end my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz. Roll of 2 by my opponent. After this match is completed, take about a 5-minute break and we'll be back with more. At some point, I'll have to close things off with a Q, but keep going for now. I have to give myself some lead time to that because it could take a while. I want to get to everybody that's in the queue. So I rolled a 6. I already have the pair of Cent Architectural Plans out there, so I'll play the 3rd, and I'll be able to go after my opponent's war zone. And you can make your opponent discard 3. You can mill 6 if you're going after your opponent's arsenal. I'm going to bounce.
Select target.
Go 1 each. 1 Blizzard.
Select target.
1 Secret Mission.
Select target.
And 1 Violent Tornado. Two spots open in my war zone. 5 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of Lasting Blizzards. And with nothing else to make 3 of a kind, I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'm going to forego the remaining 3 actions and end my turn. It's a 6. Uh-oh. The tech rolls a 6. I'm glad I played that intel when I did. That building card's about to go fetch some of those cards that I sent to the discard pile, I suspect. Three actions to go for this turn for my opponent. 3 of a kind weather means an extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Yeah, I do have a long queue. You're right, Soul the Cat. That's a good thing. People are wanting to play. It reflects well the game that people are excited enough about it to be willing to be patient and get in the queue. So 3 of a kind here with the intel. The question is, will it be my war zone? It will be. As opposed to my arsenal. 1 each off the top there for my war zone. 3 of a kind. There's a double play with the 2 sets of 3 with the intel. Went after my war zone and then milled my arsenal. 6 cards into the discard pile. My turn. 1. We'll retrieve the... Well, you know what? I'll leave the cheetah out there. We'll retrieve the soldier barracks. And that'll end my turn. Two. Six. Uh-oh. So 6 cards picked up there and 6 actions for my opponent. That wide open war zone. 3 of a kind building cards. All the intel and weather you can want. Triple intel. I imagine my arsenal is going to get targeted. Down to 16 cards in my arsenal. It's my turn. 6. Okay. Most inopportune time, had a cough. Okay. So I use building cards here. I will need to think about this for a minute. If I can get, let's see, is there a captured leader in here? I got 27 cards in here. I'm going to find what I need, I think. Okay, that's, whoa, easy. I'm trying to make myself motion sick later going back and watching this if I'm spinning the cards around. Okay. So I only need 1 captured leader, and I can have a WMD. Let's see. A lot in here. We have 2 lasting blizzards. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Now, I'm gonna be careful here. I'm getting 1 captured leader. Not 2, but just 1. And I'm gonna get both of the lasting blizzards. Reactions to go here. This is the rare case where I almost think that the 3 extra turns is better than the +1, especially my arsenal getting low number-wise. So this will be the rare case where I take a +3 actions and not the +1 turn. I got 10 cards in my arsenal. I gotta be careful of that. I said the +3 actions. So I've got 4 actions to go here. Three of a kind captured leader, WMD.
Select target.
So we'll take out the Drighton oil fields. And we'll take out Mount Uptania. So finally, one of us below 4 territory-wise. But I only have 10 cards in my arsenal, so I'm very much cognizant of that. I have one action to go for this turn. We'll put a dispatched agent out there to end the turn. Hey, taking a break for your head, get some sunshine. There's something to be said for that. Definitely. I hear you on that. So a roll of 1 there. My opponent. Tech with a roll of 1. My turn. 2. Eight cards remaining. In my arsenal. I mean, I could go after my opponent's arsenal, but at this point, I don't think that's the right move. Okay. I have 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll play a pair of Private Sarah vets, and that's going to end my turn. My opponent rolls a 2. Three of a kind weather. Which means an extra turn. Roll a 3. That is down to 12. That arsenal, but. Building cards, 3 of a kind. So you could guess with, let's see, intel and weather. 6. Trying to get the other cards off the screen. Okay. Now I have 2 cards left in my arsenal, so I have to be somewhat careful about this. Because yes, a weather card could give me an extra turn. But what if I use the intel here? I'm going to compromise my opponent's leader via milling. I've never done this before in a game of Warsaken Blitz. I take a strategic shift there. Now, the question is, before I play this other one, the Blinding Sandstorm. Let me think about this. If I do this right, I think I can win the match right here. I think I can win it right here. I'm going to use the weather to give myself an extra 3 actions. I've got 4 actions to go for this turn. I just need to play the 3 intel cards here, mill my opponent's arsenal down to 0. Then I'll be able to play the force cards to take out a compromise leader and win the match, if I do this right. Let's think about it for a second. Okay. Like 3 of a kind Blinding Sandstorms. I'm taking the +3 actions. Do not want that extra turn. So in this very specific case, the +3 actions, a much better choice than that +1 turn. When you only have 2 cards left in your arsenal, definitely the move. Okay. So maybe this won't be enough to win it here. Maybe I've gotten overexcited. Oh, I've got the extra. Well, no. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit on that. I don't know. I'm trying to get too off base on that. Mill 6, though. That's going to be the compromiser.
Leader compromised.
1 action to go for this turn. I'll play the jack, so I can't win it here, but man, that was an unusual turn. First time I've experienced that type of a twist and turn in a match of Warsaken Blitz, and yet it's not over. Although I don't know what happens here with the 0 in the arsenal. Is this what happens now? Was that not useless with the 3 actions? Maybe it was. Maybe I didn't even play that one right. If they're all in my hand, it probably actually wasn't the best play. All right, 3-of-a-kind intel. It's going to have my arsenal down to 0. All the compromised leader.
Leader compromised.
Law, hello. This is the last match before I take about a 5-minute break, by the way. 2. All right, I'm going to win the match right here. Nothing left in my arsenal, but luckily for me, I've got 1 Jack's Nash out there. 2 cards to go here. I've never had a match go quite like this one. Those weathers probably were a waste the way I played them, but got the win. All right, good game. So you're saying a raid incoming, okay. Well, I'll sit here and chat with people for a minute. I'd normally try and take a break after that 40 past the hour mark, but if people are incoming, good game. All right, hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. So you caught me right as I was about to go to break. So in lieu of going to break immediately, I want to show you the prize wheel and playing people here in Warsaken. You see that queue right there? Make the queue longer. I mean, you can get in there now if you want to. ! Join. It may have been a long night for me, this queue getting long, but I love it. I love playing this game. So real quick though, before I go to break, I will go ahead. I'll bring up the slate for a moment, but I'll show you what's on the Warsaken prize wheel. This is 615 Day, which for the Nashville area is a celebration of this being the 6/15, the American way of writing June 15th, and also for Nashville, 615 being the primary telephone area code here for Nashville. So if I did this correctly, and I did, so no roll of the prize wheel here, but I'll go ahead and remove that. Ultra Rare is the last one I gave away, so just a sneak peek. When people beat me in a match here on the stream in Warsaken Blitz, we go to the prize wheel. And so looking ahead, 3 epics, a loot packs up there, whole bunch of super rares, an Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP, ultra rares, and some very rares. So that's what's on the prize wheel. And so we're going to, inevitably, I've got a little bit of a winning streak, but usually when that happens for me in Blitz, soon enough it goes the other direction. I lost plenty earlier as well, so that's what you're looking at as far as the prize wheel goes. I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. Be back on the other side. We're going to get things going with this next matchup here. Let me go ahead and hit next in the queue here to advance it. All right. So Vano on the other side of this break will match up. If you could, please give me a connect code here in the room, and we'll get that going. All right, so back in just maybe 5-6 minutes. I'll try to be brief about it. But it definitely, it benefits me to take a little bit of time to stretch, especially with my neck. That it's a must. So back in just a few minutes. More Warsaken Blitz here. NashvilleLou live, having a blast playing here with you. Live on Twitch. Stay tuned. All right, so out of the break here. The last call as far as the queue goes. The way I have to pace it, normally I slot it for about 4 matches an hour. So if we were to have all 12 in the queue right now, that would be another 3 hours. So, and while I know not everybody can stick around for the duration, by the same token, just a heads up here. So I think I'm going to go ahead and actually close the queue. You're welcome. Walter. I haven't been around Walter in a while, but friend's dog is friendly and like in that bulldog kind of way. Wants to be tough and everything, but he's still a lovable dog. So yeah, so okay, so I'm gonna go ahead now, and I guess I will close the queue. So everybody in the queue, you're still in it. It's not like I'm booting you out, but this just means that exclamation point join. Now I need to come up with something better as far as when I flip the no vacancy sign on, because essentially I'm having to go through in 3 different instances in OBS Studio because of being in 3 different scenes and switch it all 3 times. So I'm sure I'm reinventing the wheel to one degree or another, but that's just how it is. So, like for example, this isn't even the overlay, it's just the slate. I have 2 versions I make of the slate for this. One that has that exclamation point join information there. And then the other that I'm going to put up here in a moment that's just... I wasn't supposed to... I don't know what just happened there. Oh, I think I made a mistake with that. Okay. I somehow managed to switch out the... Yeah, I made a mistake. You couldn't see it, so... Is it really a mistake? It's like television. If you didn't see it, did it really happen? Okay, let me think about this for a second, because I'm trying to get this stuff switched out properly here. Okay. I think if I do it this way, then you just see the slate and it doesn't show it switching in all the different spots. Which isn't a big deal, it's just to the TV producer for me, I want things to look a certain way. So anyway, there we go with that. Queue is closed. So let me double back to make sure I didn't overlook anything during the break, but I know we were waiting to hear from Vano as far as, I think that's the case, as far as the room code goes. Well, I'll tell you what, I think we're going to have to skip you there, Vano. Let's see. Do you have a code? I don't want to skip anyone if I can help it. I know people have been waiting a long time. But by the same token, everybody else is waiting now. Code, question mark. Okay. All right, Vano. Sean IOP, how are you doing? Want to see. Unfortunately, I have to go ahead and bounce Vano. If you come back, Vano, we'll work you in. The Rusky Music, you're up. I've been singing your praises when I've been going over the prize wheel. I've got that successful mole hunt number 5, that Unreal that you most generously donated. It's been up there on the wheel, so been able to give my appreciation to you making that available. Maybe somebody will win it here live on stream. We'll see. Rusky Music's going to have the code here in just a moment. We'll get things going. But for anybody that's thinking about live streaming and pacing, everybody's going to have a different pace. I understand that, but you're going to be very ambitious if you think you're going to get more than 4 matches per hour. And all right, so Rusky's getting the laptop booted up. As long as the person's there. I know sometimes, especially with technology, I can empathize big time with that. So it was a lot of fun competing in the tournament on Tuesday. I was in the later window as far as the 2 different windows that BlueMint.com had. And I thought it was a really good mix of, we're on Discord for the short term, like for a tournament. It's very good to have somebody to help pair you up with whoever you're playing against. And let's see. You put a decadent on your wheel if you pull something good in set 2. I'm looking forward to set 2 coming out. I've been buying up a lot of just like sweeping the floor in many cases with the set 1, the higher rarity stuff. Getting what I can now, knowing that I'm sure people enjoy having that as an option, short term and long term. Yeah, that was wild. I'm still not sure what happened in that third match there. That got really weird. The John Jay. I was talking about it before when we played. You know, how it was a really tough battle there for me. And I felt very fortunate because there was like, I think there was a play where like one of my WMD cards, like it just decided for me it was going to play it. That got a little bit weird. So that was unfortunate because, you know, one of the games to be looking at their best when they're in front of an audience like that. Oh yeah, the Intel cards. It comes into play. I know some people get it absolutely drives them up the wall to get hit with a heavy Intel attack. And if you time it well, you can really throw your opponent off as far as that goes. All right, got the code here from Rusky. So he said played one extra for you as well. Yeah, so hopefully they'll have that squared away before the finals. And I'm not sure how many people will be live streaming, if any will be in the finals. But if so, I look forward to seeing that. Even if there's a way to record it and show it later. I know people might not want to give up any sort of strategic advantage. And maybe this isn't the tournament for it anyway.
Warsaken.
There we go. Yeah, I get you on that, Sean. Sean IOP, you want to stream it, but you also want to win. That's for sure. Especially in the finals like that. I get that. Well, this is my kind of hand. No glut of building cards to get in the way, and nice trio to start with. I'll keep it. Yeah, the server was, I had to have been the biggest test that the Warsaken server had seen to date. There was some sort of I think AWS issue. I don't know. Even if I had the information in front of me, I would need some time to parse through it. That's not my strong suit, if you haven't noticed by now. But overall, I thought it was great from a visualization standpoint to see the tournament tree, where anybody out there who's heard about this tournament, they didn't have to join somebody's Discord or jump through any hoops. So just go to this link and you can see it. I was able to live on stream keep up with the tournament during the late tournament that I was competing in. It was a performance by the end after I lost there. I had to last there to fill time to get that last result we were waiting on. So 3 of a kind with a WMD.
Select target.
That allows me to take out 2 of my opponent's territories. Fermi energy plants. Golden farmlands. One action to go for this turn. In Warsaken Blitz, you can only play 1 WMD per match. That's something to keep in mind. Just 1 action left for this turn. We'll play an Agent Zera. That'll end my turn. It's a 5. So it's a pair of force cards. A second pair of force cards. And then a WMD. My turn. 2. Play a pair of novel platforms. And that's it for my turn. Roll 3. But server issues aside, I thought the tournaments for Warsaken Blitz were a success. We got to the point of having our 8 finalists from the early session, 8 finalists from the late session. So it's 3 actions here for my opponent, who pulls back the WMD. And that is another part of the risk if you put out multiples of an intel, as opposed to holding them back, you lose some of that element of surprise. 1. Well, I'm getting the slow roll on the die last couple of rolls anyway, so probably make it happy or 3 of a kind. I'll still be able to bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone.
Select target.
2 and 1, they're both force cards, so it doesn't particularly matter.
Select target.
We'll get rid of the wasps. And that's it for my turn. It's a 4. But one of the great things about Warsaken Blitz is that for as complex as Warsaken, as deep as it is, with all the different cards and the backstory and all that, as much as that could be potentially overwhelming, you avoid that with Blitz by having it be a simplified form, making people comfortable and up to speed with the various categories meeting. Meanwhile, up to speed, we're getting milled right there. 3 of a kind intel. My opponent opted to take 6 cards from my arsenal and mill them into my discard pile. 1 action to go for this turn for my opponent. My turn. 5. All right, we'll play second Agent Zera. 4 actions to go, 3 spots open. In my war zone, we'll play a pair of Freezing Rainstorms. 2 actions to go here. We'll play a pair of Sergeant Vlads. That's it for my turn. It's a 2. So a pair of weather cards for my opponent. My turn again. 3. All right. So I've got 2 of a kind with Zera, 2 of a kind with a Sergeant Vladimir Orlov. And we'll start with a Sergeant.
Select target.
And again, for the purposes of Warsaken Blitz, 3 of a kind force, it doesn't matter what they are. They all serve the same function here in Blitz. Go after the Triton oil fields. My opponent's down to 1 territory. 2 actions to go for this turn. I've got 2 of the Agent Zeras out there. Here's the 3rd. Play this. It's going to have my opponent with a compromised leader.
Select target. Compromised.
1 action to go for this turn. And I'll play in ideal conditions, and that'll end my turn. At this point, I just need 3 of a kind with a force and 3 actions or more to use in a turn. to take out my opponent's compromised leader and win the match. And yet, it's not over yet. Although my opponent, I able to put 3 of a kind together, still 2 with that middle pair right there. Roll to 4. All right, I'll play a second ideal conditions. 3 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of tsunamis. Try and give us some options depending on how the cards play out the next round or two if it comes to that. I'm going to not use this last action. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, and I'll end my turn. It's a 5. Appreciate everybody taking the time to watch, play. I'm just checking it out for a couple of minutes. Warsaken Blitz, it's a fun game. You can stop and chat with your friends if you need to for a moment. 3 of a kind WMD is going to take out 2 of my territories. Match is not over yet. That takes me from 4 territories to 2. 2 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. There's 3 of a kind force. I'm going to be down to 1 territory. My turn. 3. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I'm gonna leave all 3 actions untaken. In turn. Uh-oh, it's a 6. I could be in serious trouble right here. Rusky music, an opportunity, the big rally. Let's see. 3 of a kind force. I've got a compromised leader. Uh-oh. It might be game over.
Leader compromised.
There's a force card. There's 2. There's 3. That's the match.
Leader eliminated. Defeated.
All right. Good game. Rusky music. All right. We'll head to the Warsaken prize wheel here in just a moment. So, Musical Man, you'll be up next. First, though, we head to the prize wheel. Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neary 3616. So we're looking at 1 in 46 odds here. Make sure it's got it sorted correctly, and I do. Got 3 epics on the wheel. Got a loot pack on the wheel. Bunch of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Mentioned that earlier, Sean. Many thanks again. Bunch of ultra rares and some very rares. All right, yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Rusky Music, that was a great example. If you're ever wanting to show somebody a match, find this video on demand later from my, when I turn it into a highlight. And you want to show somebody with a big rally that it is possible to do it, just depending on how things play out. So anyway, so some nice options and choices here on the wheel. Shuffle it a few times for you here. Good luck. It's an ultra rare re-education number 91. Congratulations. Yeah, sure thing. Rusky Music for sure. I mean, it'll be here on Twitch, but I'll make note of it for later. But congrats! Exclamation point. Okay, so let's see. I'll make sure I note this. It's re-education number 91. Well, thank you for playing, and thanks to everybody for playing. And let's see, for Rusky Music, the S442Q. That's the address for you, right? Want to make sure it goes to the correct place. That's very important. And so the way I do it with prizes that are won on the Warsaken prize wheel, I assure you, it's easier this way. The way it's set up for me here on this computer, on my streaming computer, I get it sent out there. Then I bring it up full screen on my game computer, and I can show off what was the prize that was won and the great artwork in this game. It definitely helps. All right, let's see. I'll make a notation of Happy 615 Day. From NashvilleLou again. 615 Day being a celebration here in Nashville. 615, the primary telephone area code for Nashville. 6/15 being the American way of writing June 15th. And so kind of one of those random things that happened. It's become a lot of fun here celebrating Nashville. All right, so making sure, double checking again on this that I have the correct address. So we'll get that sent and show it off here in just a moment here live on stream. Bring the slate back up. And I thought I had switched out the slate on all of these, but I guess not. Oh, now it did this. Oh, hang on. This is... I was wondering if I was opening to a different folder than it needed to. There we go. Just to make one little part of that disappear, I had to load a different file. I'm sure there's an easier way, but anyway. Now I can make sure that transfer went through, and then I'll show off the nice prize here, that ultra rare. There it is. Congratulations. Rusky Music. Re-education number 91. Only 200 of these exist. That ultra rare is yours. Congratulations. All right. Bring the slate back up, and we'll get ready to play our next match here in Warsaken Blitz in just a moment. Be taking on Musical Man. Already sent me the code. I appreciate greatly. So the queue is closed, but we're going to play everybody in order. See this through to the end.
Warsaken.
Yeah, no, I had to close it there before, because typically I have to book like 4 per hour. If I keep it at that, that's more or less realistic. But just knowing that eventually, because if I'm 12 deep as far as people wanting to play, that's wonderful. It's a great advertisement for the game. People are having fun with this, and it's not just a chance to win stuff. Great starting hand here. I'll keep it. Give me the double sneak peek there. Hey, you're welcome. Congratulations, Rusky Music. And I appreciate greatly the people that are brand new here to the stream for the first time today. And of course, also the regulars, the people that give me competition to play against. Let me show off these really cool card designs. It's great artwork. So just the one action there for my opponent with a force card. My turn. 2. Play a pair of ideal conditions. That'll end my turn. 3. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be on standby Rusky music, that's fine. I don't, because you never know for sure. And I'm not up against like a hard deadline per se. It's just I know at some point I have to, you know, say call it quits. But this being 615 day, want to have fun with it. So a single force card, a pair of force cards, and another single force card opposite me in my opponent's war zone. It's a 6. All right. First things first, and again, it really is more helpful when I bring my hand down and show you that, okay, I've got 2 of the ideal conditions. What a great card. Ideal. So I'll play the 3rd, and that'll give me an extra turn. Now we'll go with a trio of intel cards, the Sent Architectural Plans. Now there is an argument to be made about maybe trying to make your enemy discard 3, but they get to choose the cards.
Select target.
But in this case, we'll do some bouncing.
Select target. Select target.
So we took out 1 of each. 2 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of cloud cover cards. Extra turn. 4. Okay, 3 spots open there in my war zone. We'll play a pair of fire in the fields. Those are weather cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of D24 eyes. That's it for my turn. Three of a kind WMD. Gonna take out 2 of my territories. Remember, you can play 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. That you take out 2 of your opponent's territories, but you cannot take out a compromised leader with a WMD. It only works against territories. 2 actions to go here for my opponent. A pair of intel cards. My turn. 2. I don't think I've ever seen this version of Sent Architectural Plan. It's a cool looking card. Again, they can take the mundane in this game and make it look cool and interesting with these cards. It's really impressive. And yet not distractingly so either. Okay, well, unfortunately for me, I want to keep that 4th spot open in my war zone. I have nothing to make 3 of a kind with, so these 2 actions are going to go unused. And I'll end my turn. It's a 3. So 3 of a kind intel. I anticipate my war zone getting targeted, but it could go after my arsenal, but probably the war zone. And there you have it. 1 each of the 3 pair that I had there in the war zone. 2 of a kind with a force to end the turn for my opponent. My turn. 6. All right, so I've got my WMD that I can play. 3 of a kind with a captured leader. This will take out 2 of my opponent's territories.
Select
Fermi Energy Plants. Port of Carmasani. Okay, so we each have 2 territories remaining. 3 actions to go here for this turn. We play a cloud cover. I'll do a recall on the fire in the fields. 1 action to go here for this turn. I'll play a W1 MG tank, and that'll be it for my turn. It's a 4. So a lot of force out there in my opponent's war zone. It's my turn. 2. Okay. Well, I can play the cloud cover. That'll give me 3 of a kind. Now, remember when I had those Intel attacked cards? That's the 4th cloud cover, so luckily for me, that's yet another reason to show you why having 4 of a kind is definitely advantageous in Warsaken Blitz. Take the extra turn. That comes in a moment. So I've got space available there in my war zone. 1 action to go for this turn. Play that 2nd W1 MG tank. Extra turn. 2. Alright, so that's 3 of a kind with a tank. My opponent will be down to 1 territory remaining.
Select target.
Mount up Tanya. One action to go here for this turn. Play an S21R. That's it for my turn. After this match, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back at it and continue on. People waiting in the queue to play. There's 3 of a kind with a force. Now we're both down to 1 territory. 2 actions to go here for this turn for my opponent. The swap of sorts there. Playing a new force card and then pulling up the other. My turn. 4. Okay, I'll play the S21R. That'll make 2 of those out there for me. Play a pair of fire in the fields. 1 action to go for this turn. And I'm actually going to pull back the D24I. And that's going to end my turn. It's a 4. I'm in a vulnerable spot. We have 1 territory remaining. My opponent has force cards lined up in the war zone. There's 2 of a kind, so that's 3 sets of 2 with force cards. Four by 2. Lined up. Nothing but force cards. Here we go. 5. All right. What do we have? Okay. So I can do some damage with Intel. I can also play that third S21R and take out my opponent's final territory. We'll start with that.
Select target.
Vast hinterland. Out.
Compromised.
At this point, now I need to get 3 of a kind with a force. If I can do that and play that, I can win the match. However, I don't have 3 of a kind of a force waiting here for me. So instead, I mean, it's triple gold. Okay. I'll use that. It didn't matter which intel trio I used there. So I'm going to choose to bounce 3.
Select target.
Kind of picking your poison, knowing that this next turn could end it, and there's no way to know what cards might be. Although, I can peek in here, can't I? No, I don't think that matters after all that. Specialist Upton Kobani. Bounce.
Select target.
The Demolition Expert. Abel.
Select target.
The Z27 Tiger. 1 action to go here for this turn for me. We'll play a Roman's Prototype, and that'll end my turn. Three. Hey, Zeldris, hello. Three of a kind force. I'm gonna have a compromised leader. 2 actions to go here for this turn. If my opponent can play 2 force cards to match one of the forces out there on the board right now, it'll be curtains for me. Instead, 2 of a kind, I get another roll. Whoa. Let's see. What do we have? 3. I'm going to win it right here. I have 1 Roman's Prototype out there. I've got 3 actions. I only need 2. Play the 2 Roman's Prototypes here in my hand.
Select target.
And a beautiful President Ziana gold card. Yet I have to eliminate it. All right, good game, Musical Man. You're right. I got a lot of breaks there as far as the rolls go. And that happens sometimes in Warsaken Blitz. So I try to get too excited when I win or too down when I lose. It's a fun game to play that's still very social and conversational. But they look, those cards, even though it may not give you a actual, let me get, whoa, not, Nexi is not a command. Next, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break here. So Moonbaz Marty, you'll be up next. I'm going to take a break right now. Definitely starting to feel like I do my neck stretching exercises and such. Stay limber and all. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Got 9 people left here in the queue. So Moonbaz Marty, who's be playing in the finals on Tuesday and next week. Good luck to Marty in that. We'll be facing off here, reprising our battle from the last match of the... I'm not even sure what round it was by that point. That was round 3, where you got 2 straight wins over me. You earned that spot in the finals. You didn't get a first round bye. You had to play your way in, and you did so successfully. So we'll talk more about that after the break. There we go. Okay, this does have the queue is closed up there. I want to make sure I had the proper message. All right, so quick break, back about 5 minutes. 9 matches to go here. Taking on Marty on the other side of this. NashvilleLou live playing Warsaken Blitz. Stay tuned. Okay, back from break. Moonbaz Marty, if you're there, if you could please provide a room code. Again, I'm just coming back from break, so I don't want to rush anyone. The same token, or by the same token, I know we got people waiting to play. Had so much fun with this. Almost 4 hours in, still having a blast. Okay, thank you. I've got the code here for Moonbaz Marty.
Warsaken.
This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Playing the new strategy game, Warsaken Blitz. Having so much fun with this. Enjoyed taking part in the tournament held by BlueMint.com this past Tuesday. Well, I fell one round short of qualifying for the finals. My opponent beat me to earn a spot in the finals. So here we go against Moonbaz Marty. I've got two. I'm not thrilled about having two building cards, and yet I will actually keep it. Because it's not like they're the same. So if they were different, then it's maybe a different outlook. I don't know. And there's value in having building cards. That can save you if your arsenal's getting attacked. If you're getting your arsenal milled a lot, you can put some back from your discard pile into your arsenal by using a building card. Roll a 6 for my opponent. A pair of WMD cards. 2 pairs. Wow. It's a lot of WMD out there early. Making a statement. My turn. 1. Play Lasting Blizzard. I'm gonna be off headset for just 1 second. Stand by. Okay, back on headset. My turn. Roll to 2. I can pair up the Lasting Blizzards. So I'll have 2 of those out there. One more action to take for this turn if I choose to do so, but I'm going to opt not to. End my turn. Oh yeah, I don't have, by choice, I'm not a Twitch affiliate. And I might change my mind on that at some point. I've opted not to because this way people can watch me for free. But I think the days of, okay, we're not paying you anything, but you can use our stuff for free. That's eventually the free ride ends eventually with that. And at that point, maybe I'll look into going with this. So that, along with that, you don't get things like bits and cheers, which is fine. My approach is a lot different, I think, than what some people have here. And yet I still see long-term potential, but particularly early on, because I've had this for a long time, this account, I've just not done much with it. But now I see there's potential galore. Let's see, speaking of potential galore, a pair of Romans prototypes. There are also concerns about the way revenue splits happen that I've never been able to really get past. And then a pair of Fire in the Fields here. So that's why it's like that. Oh, visa restrictions. That's unfortunate. And I know that's sometimes there are rules like that that just unfortunately put you in a spot where you can't participate because of where you are. My opponent rolls a 1. So no play. My turn. 1. Well, nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'm going to leave that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll end my turn. Yeah, no, I understand. It's unfortunate. Three of a kind WMD is going to take out 2 of my territories. Remember, you can play 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. It can really change the complexion of a match in a hurry if you can pull it off. 1 action still to go for my opponent for this turn. All right, my turn. 6. All right. Well. Play the triple blinding sandstorms. I'll get that extra turn. So this is the weird position where I really want to keep that 4th spot open. And so I'm going to forego these 3 actions, end the turn, and then take my extra turn right now. So let's see if this pays off for me. 6. All right. So no WMD trios. The intels are an enticing possibility. Weather's out there. So first things first, you pull it down and say, all right, what do I have out there? 2 of a kind, fire in the fields, make it 3. Always love an extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. I've got the Romans prototypes out there. 2 of them already. I got a 3rd right here. We'll play it now.
Select target.
3 of a kind force takes out 1 of your opponent's territories. You pick which one. Mount up Tanya. More actions to go here. No, I hear you, Sean. I understand. I mean, for me, this is a place where I can broadcast and do things that I always wanted to do. I thought it'd be fun to do, whatever. But when you work for a television station, you don't get to just put your own stuff on the air because you want to, you know? So, and I would have never thought this sort of thing would even be possible. Looking back to when I got back into television many years ago. All right, so 4 actions to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Oh, let's play the triple private Sarah vets, or will I? Hang on. Let's think about this. Let's use my intel here. I can mess with those weather cards out there. And I love messing with weather cards. We'll do that instead. Let's bounce.
Select target.
1 of each.
Select target. Select target.
Actually, I don't especially love messing with weather cards. It just it felt like something to say in the moment. It's a lot more fun with like a WMD out there. You do that too. 1 action to go here for this turn. Private event. Extra turn. 1. Well, I knew the risks when I played that card. Play a 2nd private Sarah vet, and that's going to end my turn. So my opponent rolls a 2. Pair of force cards ends the turn for my opponent. My turn. 2. Alright, well, I have 2 of the Sarah vets out there. This makes 3.
Select target.
A Delphine Bay tenant card. Very nice card, but eliminated. My opponent is down to 2 territories. We'll play the A9 Hammerhead in the turn. Six. So my opponent rolls a 6. I gave them 22 cards. There's 3 of a kind with a force. I'm down to 1 territory. 5 actions to go. 3 of a kind force again. I'm of a compromised leader.
Compromised.
Pair of weather cards. That ends it. 6. Alright, well, blasting blizzard times 2. Easy first choice, we start with that. Take the extra turn. I'll go ahead and play the other 2 A9 Hammerheads. You can sit around all day waiting for a third WMD to show up, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. And I can't just wait, hoping that I'll get an extra turn or something to make it happen. So instead, play the A9 Hammerhead, take out one of my opponent's 2 remaining territories.
Select target.
Bancaire Island. Three actions to go for this turn. Could play a building card, but I think I'm actually going to go with... Let's see. Okay. We'll play Control the Message, the intel.
Select target.
Gonna bounce the weathers.
Select target. Select target.
Left 1 weather out there, extra turn. 4. These building cards, but I can go back and get 2 Sarah vets, but I can't play all 3 of them after having played 3 building cards with only 4 actions to go here. Is there a Jax in there? I don't think so. So, I mean, it's not exactly overwhelming either way. I could... Number of things I could do. I'm going to go ahead and just use the guard tower. We'll do that. So I get to pull 3 out of my discard pile back into my hand. So I went ahead and got 4. I'll put 1 out there. If it gets taken out for some reason, then I'll have to deal with it. But I'm not likely going to get another roll here. That's it for my turn. Now, if my opponent rolls a 1, okay, maybe there's a chance. But, well, it's a 2. A pair of force cards. I get another roll, okay. 2. Now I get the WMD, of course. But at least with, well... Play a pair of captured leaders here. I don't think I'm getting another roll, but If by chance I do, I'll be in position to maybe do something with it. 6, okay. Good game. Like, you just need 3 of a kind of any force, and that's going to do it. All right, good game. Congratulations. Moonbaz Marty victorious, just like when we played in the tournament on Tuesday. Victory for Marty. Congratulations. We'll be going to the Warsaken prize wheel in just a moment. So I'll go ahead and advance in the queue. So Delvis in, you'll be up next. But we're going to go first to the Warsaken prize wheel. We're going to find out what Marty won. There are a lot of great prizes here on the prize wheel. 615 day. Happy about that. Excited about that. Had some fun giveaways here earlier in chat, along with some pretty nice prize wheel giveaways, if I do say so myself. Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So we'll go ahead and remove the ultra rare re-education that was won on the last spin. So now we're talking about 1 in 45 odds for any given one of these. We'll sort it here from the top, and it goes in alphabetical order. You got those 3 epics still out there. Last Thursday's show, I gave away 2 epics. Perhaps we'll give away one here. Loot pack. Ask Rexy about the loot pack. It can be done. That one's out there from my own personal collection. A bunch of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. Ultra rares, very rares. So that's what we're looking at here, Moonbaz Marty. Give it several shuffles here for you. And we'll give it a spin. Good luck. All right, a super rare fortified greenhouse number 419. Congratulations. All right. So I'll make note here, or make a note here that it's Marty. A fortified greenhouse. That's why I keep track of everything and make sure my inventory stays in a position where it needs to be. More importantly, it helps me to make sure that I get this sent out right away and get to show it off here live on the stream. All right. Hey, you're welcome, Marty. Thank you for playing. Thanks to everybody for either watching or playing, or even if you, not everybody can be around when I'm live streaming. I'm acutely aware of that. Okay. I'll be sure to note happy 615 day. It's being June 15th. I know for a lot of the rest of the world, it's already the 16th. Like a Lou, get with it. Day late, dollar short, pal. But we're still celebrating 615 day here in Nashville until midnight central. So happy 615 day from NashvilleLou. So we'll get that sent here right away over to Moonbaz Marty. And a reminder that giveaways here on NashvilleLou Live come from my Fulfillments wallet. That's Fulfillments with an S on the end. So if you ever receive anything in your Wax wallet from that, you wonder, what is this? Who is this from? It's from me. So we got that sent out here. In just a moment, we'll show it here live on stream. Show everybody what Marty won. And we'll get going with the next match here. We get closer to getting through the queue, although still many more matches to go, which I love. This game is so much fun. More than 4 hours in, having a blast with it. And I can't stress enough how great the Warsaken community has been. Over on the Discord page, there's some very generous people over there, some great people. Anyone has any questions about this game, there are people over there ready to help. a very generous way. So we'll pull up this right here. Congratulations, Moonbaz Marty. There it is. Fortified greenhouse. It's got the camo treatment. Hidden from enemy troops. That's number 419. Congratulations. All right. All right. Thank you very much, Delvison. Ready to go here with a room code. And so we'll get that going here in just a moment. All right, here we go.
Warsaken.
This is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. You're on 615 day in Nashville. Having a lot of fun playing Warsaken Blitz. So a number of pairs here. No building cards to get in the way early. I can dig that. Keep it. And as I understand it, a lot of the card backs and the layouts, there are a lot of, and even the songs, the music that's in game. I have stuff that I know for sure I've got clearances to use everywhere. But in game, they've got some great music that I think eventually you'll have to have the actual, like you might have to have a, I'm not sure how it's going to work with some of it, but where you can actually own those card backs, and if there's one you like in particular. But for now, it's giving everybody a nice sampling of the various designs. The designs look nice. Guess I get to go. 3. All right, well. Play a pair of Fire in the Fields. 3 spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for this turn. And we'll go with the Control the Message intel card, and that'll end my turn. It's a 3. All right, so it's a pair of force cards and then a standalone force card for my opponent. My turn. 1. Oh, play a second Control the Message card. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 4. Three sets of 2 with the forces opposite me. My turn. 5. All right, well, I can play a Fire in the Fields card. That'll make 3 of a kind. I'll get an extra turn. Four actions to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Now, a little unusual to have 2 sets of 2 with intel out there. And yet I'll do that. 2 spots open. WMD. It really feels like asking for trouble putting that out there. So I'm not going to. I'll leave that open. If anything else that makes, a pair. So it would just be kind of guessing for a 3rd spot to fill. And so I'm going to opt not to do that. In that turn. Extra turn. Oh yeah, sorry Rusky Music with the freebie links. I'll try and get some more of those put out. Mostly just for fun stuff in my own collection. Here we go, 3-of-a-kind WMD.
Select target.
WMD takes out 2 of your opponent's territories. Golden Farmlands and the Fermi Energy Plants. All right, 3 actions to go for this turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Let's see, we got the intel out there. We'll play a pair of Agent Ricos. It's a cool looking card. That's an ultra rare. Like that particular card, I really like the ultra rare version of it. So props as usual to the team that put the artwork together for Warsaken. Again, when you can take images that are relatively mundane things, like signing contracts, the things that just, are ideal conditions, and you can still make it have where it doesn't feel out of place. It still has that certain charm that this game has, as much as a war game can have charm to it. It certainly has. They feel like there's a depth of character that seems to be there. And that's just playing on the Blitz level. And part of that's having great artwork and having it where the people look. Is it still my turn? I'm here yammering. That's bad play. Sorry about that. I feel bad. I legit thought it was your turn. There's another freebie link. Making sure it really is my opponent's turn here. Would have felt... yeah. It's as easy as looking at the top left-hand corner to see if that blue dot's there, so... It's not like you have to jump through hoops to figure it out if it's unclear whose turn it is. So a roll of 3 by my opponent, who's got 3 sets of 2 with forces. There's a trio. It's going to take out one of my territories. All right, 2 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. 2-of-a-kind forces, so 3 sets, 2 deep of forces out there in my opponent's war zone. It's my turn, it's a 1. But I got an intel. If you had to roll a 1 there, getting an intel to make 3-of-a-kind when you're facing a 3x2 threat like that, that works out pretty well. So I could mill 6 in my opponent's arsenal, send that to their discard pile. I could force them to discard 3, but gonna bounce right here.
Select target.
1 of each. Bounce.
Select target.
Bounce.
Select target.
Bounce. Now it's my opponent's turn. Roll a 5. Oops. So some weather cards out there for my opponent. My turn. 5. The reason those cards are darkened out there is because I've already used the WMD, and you can only use 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz. So I do a trio of intel cards here. I'll go ahead and play the weathers first. Get the extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. One of those actions will be the Scent Architectural Plan. Bounce 3.
Select target.
Terrifying Storm.
Select target.
Botfly.
Select target.
And Bella. So 1 action to go for this turn. Ideal conditions. Extra turn. 3. Okay. I'll play the second ideal conditions. I'll have 2 actions to go for this turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll go with the S21Rs. 2 of those. Hey, I appreciate y'all watching and checking this out. Just trying to have some fun with this on 615 day. Played Warsaken Blitz, rolled a 1. Okay, I'll play that one. Surface Air Missile, which does fill up my 4th spot. It's not typically the way I approach things, but I'm going to try it here. It's a 5. Three of a kind intel. Interesting. So I left 2 of the jets out there. Make sure to get rid of that surface air missile. 5. All right. Well, nothing else. My opponent's going to have a compromised leader when this hand is over, or this turn is over. S21R.
Select target.
Drighton oil fields. Four actions to go for this turn. Go 3 of a kind with a D24I.
Select target.
4th and final territory, the port of Carmasani.
Leader compromised.
1 action to go for this turn. Play an assassination attempt. I still have 1 spot beyond that open in my war zone, so I felt okay about that. Roll 3. Three of a kind force. I'll be down to 2 territories remaining. My turn. My opponent's got a compromised leader. I just need to get 3 of a kind of a force. I'm going to do it. The W1 MG tanks for the win.
Select target.
3 of a kind there. Compromised leader. That's the match.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right. Good game. All right, Captain John Parakeet. I'm not sure if we ever played before, but if you're here, excellent. Let's go. I hear you. I appreciate your patience. Appreciate everybody's patience here. I know it's a bit of a wait with a queue. But I love that this is a way to spotlight Warsaken Blitz. When you go one after another, a variety of opponents, variety of approaches.
Warsaken.
It's a lot of fun. Time flies by. I'm almost 4.5 hours in. And aside from my voice at this point, it doesn't really feel like it. Like, I'm not getting bored with this. It's a wonderful thing. And a large part of that's having great people to play against, but also a quality game that's fun to play. I'm going to keep that. And in case you wonder what it looks like if I don't have my overlay on the screen with the bottom left, well, I got dark real quick. But it has my logo or my secondary logo, the circle Lou. It has my wax address and all, but that's usually the easiest place to put my overlay without getting in the way of too much. So I rolled a 5. And underselling that. Nice roll, even though it's not 3 of a kind for anything. I will go pair of Violent Tornadoes. Pair of weather cards there. 3 actions to go for this turn. Pair of John Riders. Those are force cards. 1 action to go here. Another force card. The G6 R75. And that's it for my turn. My opponent rolls a 2. So a pair of standalone force cards, and that's it for my opponent's turn. It's a 3. Oh, and go 3 of a kind here with Roman's Prototype. Take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Golden Farmlands. Take 2. Golden Farmlands. Now it's my opponent's turn. Again, you don't actually have to say these things out loud as you do them. I find that helps me to help other people to understand the game. Figure out what's going on. Roll a 6 here, so... So it could be trouble for me here. Let's see. Instead of pullback, a pair of weather cards. 3 actions to go here for my opponent. Two of a kind force, and then a standalone force in that 4th spot. My turn. 4. Well, I can play this second G6 R75. But I really want to keep that 4th spot open. I've got 3 actions here, but I'm not going to use any of these remaining 3. I'm going to end the turn. And now it's my opponent's turn. It's a 5. Three of a kind force. And I'll take out one of my territories. Three actions to go here for my opponent. Three of a kind force. Down to 2 territories. My turn. 2. Brutal. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot open. I'll end my turn and forego those 2 actions here. It's a 3. Three of a kind 4, so I'm going to be down to 1 territory remaining. One action to go here for my opponent. And it's a building card. That's what that little emblem there means. It's a building card. 4. Oh my goodness. This happens sometimes in Warsaken Blitz. You get a bunch of 2 of a kinds, but not 3. So that's 4 actions. Again, I'm going to leave that 4th spot open. End my turn. I might not get another roll here. Let's see. It's a 4. I only have 1 territory remaining. There's 3 of a kind force that's going to take out my last territory.
Compromised.
3 actions to go. The compromised leader. There's 3 of a kind weather, so an extra turn here for my opponent. There's an extra roll of a die coming up. 3 of a kind building cards. It's a 2. So I'll get at least 1 more roll here, is what that means. If that had been 3, I almost paused. It'd be 3 of a kind force to beat me. But instead, it's only 2. Let's see what happens here. 3. Well, I can at least take out the pair of force cards there with the intels. I mean, look at this. I've got just 2 of a kind aplenty. But at least the 3 of a kind here might... I mean, it's not the most efficient use of an intel, but I have a strong feeling there's a 3rd one of those waiting up there. And thus it makes it the proper play here, even though my chances look rather bleak, even if this works. I mean, it's going to work. It'll bounce the cards, but...
Select target.
My opponent rolls a 3 or higher. Probably means I'm going to take the loss.
Select target.
Having a compromised leader, you're up against it. That's it for my turn. It's my opponent's turn. It's a 3, so we'll find out here if they got 3 of a kind with a force. That'll be the match. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. That's the match. All right, well, congratulations. Captain John, victorious over me. We'll go to the Warsaken prize wheel here in just a moment. Another building to bounce just in case. And a good game, which wax address for the prize. I do need to get that sent to you here. I need to make a note. You know, some people have a wax address in game that's different than the one that they want their prize to go to. So I want to make sure it goes to the right place. So I'll go ahead and get past this screen here. We're going to go to the prize wheel in just a second. I will go ahead and advance the queue so that move everybody up one. Tissues 101. You will be next on the other side of trip here to the prize wheel. So thank you there with the wax information. I'm not really set up. I'm still not set up properly as far as any sort of bot goes with that, but that's one of those ongoing challenges where it just seems like no matter what I try with that, it seems to elude me. So, okay, let me go ahead and actually do what I intend to do here. Bring up the slate, which will allow me to make the switch real quick. Heading over to the Warsaken prize wheel. Awesome, Tissues. Thank you. We'll get to that in just a second. All right, so we'll go ahead and remove the prize that was won on the prior spin. And we'll sort it here. So we're looking at 1 in 44 odds now of any particular one of these. And we've got some nice, tempting choices up there. 3 different epics. Got a loot pack. Bunch of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. Ultra rares. And the very rares. We'll give this several shuffles here for you. Give it a spin. Good luck. Prize wheel presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. Just barely past the Unreal Successful, but it is a very rare visit from our leader, number 966. Congratulations. All right, so we'll get that sent to you here right now. Make sure as well that I note it in my records, not only the win-loss part of it, but what it was that was won on the prize wheel. Make sure I send the proper one out to you. And again, while this does slow down the pace of things a little bit, I think it's well worthwhile to use every bit of caution as far as making sure the right prize is going out to the right person. Very important part of this. So, but happy 615 day, since still celebrating this big day for Nashville, my hometown. Happy 615 day from NashvilleLou. So we'll get that sent and then we'll show it off here in just a second. So we'll go to that here in just a moment, and then we'll have one more match before my next break. I mean, we're up against 740, but that's quite all right. We're going to make it work. Okay. So there it is. Congratulations, Captain John Parakeet. There's a visit from our leader. Very rare. One of only 1,000. That one is yours. Congratulations. Thank you for playing. Thank you for watching. Greatly appreciate it. So we'll go ahead and bring the slate back up. I've already got the connect code ready to go here from Tissues. Tissues 101. So I have the slate pulled up. Switch scenes. And here we go.
Warsaken.
All right, taking on Tissues 101. Okay. That's a pretty nice draw, I gotta say. I'll keep it. No building cards in the way, couple pair. So it's a roll of 4. Two-of-a-kind weather cards. 2 actions to go for my opponent. There's a standalone weather card and then another standalone weather card. That's my turn. 4. I'll go with a pair of Igor Bucks. Those electrical engineers out there. 2 actions to go for this turn. We'll play a pair of novel platforms. Intel cards. That's it for my turn. It's a 2. My opponent plays a second weather card, then pulls 1 back. It's my turn. 3. Well, 2 spots open in my war zone. Nothing to make 3 of a kind. Play a pair of ideal conditions. And I'll forego my final action in my turn. This is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. We're taking a break after this match. We'll be back on the other side of that with final 5 matches in the queue. I know a lot of you have been waiting for a while, so I want to get to you as quickly as possible, but same token, these matches can take some time, but not so much that it's unwieldy. So it's a roll of 3 for my opponent, who has 2 sets of 2 with weather cards out there in that opposite side war zone. 3 of a kind weather, that's going to be an extra turn. Two of a kind with the intel cards, now the extra turn. It's a 1. No play there for my opponent. My turn. 4. All right. Well, I can play 3 of a kind WMD. Take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Keep that 4th spot open. In this case, that was a move that worked out for me.
Select target.
Go for Bend Care Island. The port of Carmasani. One action to go here if I choose to take it, but I'll opt to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I won't use that last remaining action, and I'll end my turn. My opponent rolls a 5. Three of a kind weather, that means an extra turn for my opponent. Two of a kind with the forest cards, 2 actions to go for this turn. Pair of weather cards, extra turn. 6. Ooh. Three of a kind intel cards. Interesting move there to target my arsenal, sending 6 cards from my arsenal into my discard pile. It's referred to as milling. Your arsenal milled. Unpleasant. 3 actions to go here in this turn for my opponent, and they're going to be passed up. My turn. 3. Brutal. Brutal. Whole lot of 2 of a kind. I'm not going to use any of those actions, and I'll end my turn. A roll of 1 for my opponent. No action. My turn. 5. Okay. So we'll play the triple agent Zeras.
Select target.
Mount up Tanya. Two actions to go for this turn. But nothing to make 3 of a kind. I'm going to keep that 4th spot open, and I'll end my turn. So a roll of 5 for my opponent. 20 cards up there. There's 3 of a kind. WMD is going to take out 2 of my territories. Two actions to go for this turn. 3 of a kind weather, which means an extra turn for my opponent. 1 action still to go for this turn. A force card is played. Extra turn, a roll of 3. Three of a kind intel. So this time, instead of going after my arsenal, it was 1 each of the 3 cards that I had out there in my war zone. Interesting. My turn. 3. Okay, I'll play the triple weather and get the extra turn. Extra turn. 1. Play assassination attempt. And I'll end my turn. Five. So again, as noted, after this match, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. Then the other side of that, be back with the rest of these matches in the queue. 3 of a kind. That force takes me down to 1 territory, remaining 4 actions to go for this turn for my opponent. Three of a kind force. I'm going to have a compromised leader.
Compromised.
And still 1 action to go for my opponent. Yikes. 3 of a kind intel. Interesting move there to go after my arsenal. 5. Okay, let's figure this out. Weird spot here. I have all 4 of my spots filled up there. I really shouldn't have done that, obviously, in hindsight. Well, I can pull that one back. Go 3 of a kind with Sergeant Vlad.
Select target.
My opponent's going to have a compromised leader as well.
Compromised.
One action to go here. I only have the 1 spot open in my war zone, but I can play a second assassination attempt, which won't fill up that 4th spot, although it will end my turn. So we both have a compromised leader. It's a matter of which one of us gets 3 of a kind of a force first. Yeah, it's close. It's down to the wire. Roll 3. So if my opponent has 3 of a kind for a force, that'll be the match. But it has to be a force. It can't even be a WMD, anything else. It has to be 3 of a kind force. Pair of weather cards. 3 of a kind weather would give an extra turn. Wow, we get another roll here. So 2 and 2 opposite me, but here we go. 1. Oh, well, all right. I can stop crying my eyes out and instead play this 3rd assassination attempt. This is still a really rough... but that's life.
Target. Select target.
Taking out both of the DX dogs.
Select target.
And 1 weather. It's my opponent's turn. 1! Oh my goodness. All right. 5. I'll win the match right here. XTT for the win.
Select target.
Wow. All right. Good game. Okay. So, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break here. Natha CGA on the other side of this break will match up next. Good game. That went down to the wire. Because it did go down to the wire. All right. All right, Natha, I will... Thank you. I've got the code here. I'm going to take a quick break. We got 5 matches to go. The queue is closed, but for the people in the queue, got matches waiting here as we begin. This will be hour number 6. Having a blast here. Playing Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. So again, just a quick break. Back in about 5 minutes or so. We'll finish this up. It has been a very entertaining, fun afternoon into the evening for a 615 day for me here. Back soon. NashvilleLou live. Stay tuned. All right, back from break. There we go. Okay. I pulled up the slate on the wrong one, but it worked out. In the end, here we go. We got 5 more matches here in the queue.
Warsaken.
More than 5 hours in, still having a great time playing Warsaken Blitz. Thanks to all of you for taking the time to watch or to play. For some of you, it's been a long wait here in the queue. Very much aware of that. Very much appreciate that. And this works for me as far as in opening 8, just the one building card, so not too much to get in the way. I'll keep it. Oh yeah, the queue's been closed for a while. At this point, if I go 5 more of these, I'll be lucky to be done by 9 o'clock Central. I mean, a 6-hour broadcast. So that's, I think, what we're going to go with here. It would be different if I had to fill time to a certain point, but that's not the case. So with this, we'll go. They're different colors, but I love the hammerhead, the green and the blue. I didn't really plan it that way, but it kind of, one of the things that jumped out at me, like, hey, this looks kind of cool. And that's it for my turn. I mean, the way I try to plan this, if I have, for every 4 people in that queue, I want to give an hour. Because some of these matches, they may go 10, 15 minutes. You have time in between. You have time to take a break from time to time. And I don't want to shortchange anybody. And at the same time, a 6-hour span gives you a pretty good range. I mean, but I wish I could be faster as far as getting to people, but on the flip side, hopefully this is entertaining enough as something to watch while you wait for your turn to come up. It's a 6. Well, that's entertaining to me. Nothing to make 3 of a kind, and really not that great as far as anything matching up besides that WMD. And it's so risky to play that. And yet, if I don't, that's 6 actions I won't use here, which is kind of wild. Okay, let's play this a little bit differently. We'll do it. Captured leader. Because right now I'm looking at 4 actions to go. I've got nothing else that makes a pair, except for building cards that I can't use yet. You can't even put them out there yet. Which is why I make that big deal about how many building cards I have in my opening 8. That was an early thing I picked up on, and I think my instincts were right on that. Let's see. I mean, I could put something out there just randomly in that 3rd spot, but more often than not, I found I regret it when I do that. So, as weird as this might seem, I'm not going to use those last 4 actions. I'm going to end my turn here. We'll see what happens. Play 10 at a time. Now, it impresses me. Quadrail's art is out there playing 4 people at once. Like, man. And doing well, too. It's not like just... like he's tanking the matches. Rolled a 1. Yikes. I can use the action there in turn. My opponent rolls a 2. So thinking ahead broadcasting wise, I think this weekend I've got a lot of video to go through, some editing to do. I may go through my old Blockchain Brawlers Worldwide broadcasts and finally put those up on YouTube, because people are going to be looking to learn how to play that game. And a lot of what I have is on Twitch and not on YouTube. All right, captured leader. It worked out for me. Hanging out there in the war zone's not exactly a place to find protection, but in this case it worked out. 3 of a kind.
Select target.
WMD allows you to take out 2 of your opponent's 4 territories in Warsaken Blitz. St. Purcell Harbor, Port of Carmasani. That's interesting. Sean IOP saying playing 3 at a time sometimes, but not streaming. I mean, if you're playing against people that are taking, if it takes people longer to play, that I'm sure helps it to go faster.
Select target.
Go 3 of a kind with the hammerheads. Oh, you saved the vast for last. Even though I'm not playing a morale deck here, out of principle, we're going to mount up Tanya first. 4 actions to go for me here. Wide open as far as my war zone goes. We'll play a pair of private Saravettes. 2 actions to go for this turn. We'll play a pair of guard towers. And that will end my turn. Six. It would be, I'm sure I could do it, but it would be very difficult for me with the style that I use to make that work. That's a style choice right there. WMD. Gonna take me from 4 territories to 2. And with 3 actions still to go, this could turn out very poorly for me. Wait, now that I'm looking over there at my opponent's war zone. Three actions to go here for Natha. 3 of a kind intel. Will either be the cards in my war zone or my arsenal get targeted. It's the war zone. It's my turn. 1. Play a fire in the fields, and that will end my turn. They always go for vast hinterlands unless you play morale. Out of habit, I like to save the vast for last. But if you're not playing morale, that really doesn't matter. I had some fun playing morale early on, but morale is going to come into play, but not so much for Blitz. I mean, it can be done, but I think you're better off just using forces instead of morale. Let's see, a roll of 2. Unless you know for a fact your opponent's going to be playing some cards that are going to have like -6, -7 morale as far as their territory cards. That would be the exception to that. Okay, so I have 1 each of the fire in the fields and private event. I can play a second fire in the fields, and I've got some intel options over there. First things first, the second fire in the fields. 2 spots open in my war zone, 1 action to go. We'll use the dispatched agent. This is a cool looking card right here. Like, think how generic that would have to be as like dispatched agent. How do you draw that as a card that would make sense in a lot of different scenarios? That does a pretty good job. Plus that red light's just to like draw your attention, like, oh, somebody's getting the big spotlight put on them. And that's it for my turn. Oh, WMD plus morale without any buildings. Interesting. I would be concerned about running into some intel decks with that, but that's all part of the challenge of it. Roll of 6 there for my opponent. We've reached the point I have to like get new extra music. More than 5 hours of music in loops eventually. 3 of a kind. With a force is going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. So each of us now, with only 1 territory remaining, 1 action to go here. It's 3 of a kind weather. Extra turn. Uh-oh. Here's the extra turn. The roll. It's a 6. Oh my goodness. It's a 6. This could be it. Natha just needs 2 sets of 3 with forces. Already having 2 sets of 2 out there in the war zone. There's 1. Oh, wow.
Compromised.
3 of a kind weather. Extra turn. Extra turn again. Another weather. Then an Igor. A force card. Then a roll of 1. And then a roll of 2. I mean, I guess there is a possibility that I could get out of this and get another roll, but nope. Igor said, enough of that talk, buddy. That's the match. All right, Natha, good game. Congratulations. So Natha victorious. Let's find out here in just a moment. But Natha's going to win here on the prize wheel, the Warsaken prize wheel. Good game. It was a fun back and forth battle. Okay, so I'll bring up the slate for just a moment. So make my way over to the Warsaken prize wheel. And we'll give an overview for everybody what's on the wheel before we give it a spin. Warsaken prize wheel presented in part by my land in Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So we'll take this very rare visit from our leader out of the mix. So now you're looking at 1 out of 43 odds here. 3 epics out in the wheel. A loot pack out on the wheel. A lot of super rares. That Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. Many thanks for that. Ultra rares. Very rares. See a high probability. So we've already sorted it. You say 2 shuffles. You got it. 1, 2. Good luck. And it's an ultra rare synthetic flux station number 155. Congratulations. Thank you for the information on the wax address. And congrats. So you got an ultra rare. We'll get that sent over here right now, right away. I will advance the queue. So Rexy, you'll be up next. But we'll get to you in just a moment. Just give you a heads up as far as where we are. 4 matches to go here before we say goodbye for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'll make sure to make note here in my records that I played against Natha here and lost. And then it didn't copy correctly for me here, so I'll have to redo this. Stand by, please. I'll make note in the memo here. The happy 615 day. Still celebrating June 15th, 615 day here in Nashville. So in the memo there, I'll say happy 615 day from NashvilleLou. Send over that ultra rare synthetic flux stations card. And again, something that I didn't even take into consideration when I first started streaming Warsaken Blitz, and especially when I started with the Warsaken prize wheel, was how much I was going to enjoy showing off the actual prizes, the showcase element of it. I mean, obviously that's part of it if you put any thought into it at all, but it's just, I don't know, there's a happiness I get of giving stuff away that it's kind of cool. It's an extra little thing, because I like people to be happy that are watching my broadcast, and if somebody beats me, I'm going to give my full effort every time. But if somebody beats me, they've earned it, and I'm happy for them. And I want to have prizes that people are going to want, and hopefully will enjoy here. So let's take a look at what Natha won here. Congratulations. There it is, that synthetic flux stations. You can see only 200 of these in existence. So that is yours. Congratulations, Natha, on the victory. All right. So now we'll get things going here in just a moment with our next match. You're welcome. Thank you for playing. Okay. let me get off of the slate here. Okay, so let's see. Rexy, if you have that, I want to make sure I didn't overlook it, but I'm ready for your code if you have it there, Rexy, for next matchup. I'll put a, do you have a code? So it helps if you put a space between A and code. We'll get a join code going here in just a moment. 4 people left. Had to close the queue. I mean, it's the point with these broadcasts, and this is such a good thing. But I've got to close the queue well ahead of time to make sure I can get to everybody. We have Rexy just a moment to get a code ready. Okay. No, I appreciate that Rusky music. I mean, for me, it's going to probably be about top of the hour by the time we get to these 4 more to go. Normally I book at least, 15 minutes as far as the way I try to allot it. And sometimes that's not going to be enough. So, but I want to get through everybody on the list, but I do have to at some point wrap this up. We're going north of 6 hours, which is great. I love playing this game. But at some point I have to work on other things as well. Although this is the perfect time for me to have a lot of the closest thing to me that comes to free time. When you own your own business, there are certain obligations you have to keep, of course. But I love the flexibility where if I have opportunities to live stream like this and can go hours with it, have fun, learn about new things, learn about truly cutting edge things in broadcasting, the things that I learned in TV and radio, all the years in sports broadcasting, the things that I'm learning watching other people that don't have anywhere near the same background I do, but in many ways that gives them a better outlook as far as what's possible, as far as what you should and shouldn't quote unquote do with the old rules of television. Oh, I appreciate that, Flaw. Thank you. Thank you. All right, get the code here from Rexy. Let me get this typed in.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Rexy. We'll have this and 3 more matches remaining in the queue. So this will probably go more than 6 hours. I will have to take another break probably, depending on how long this goes. Although I do want to get through this in a timely manner. So all these considerations rattling around in my head. And I'm happy though with this starting gate, so we'll keep it. I mean, it does feel in some ways like it is I've been so lucky in my life. I've had the opportunity to do so many things that I've wanted to do. One of the few things that never worked out was being on a game show. There were times where I came close. I tried out for $1 Million Password down in Atlanta. I did a trial run of the game in front of the casting director, and then they canceled the show. And that's television. That was 2008, a long time ago. Tried out for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So that part, but for all the things in my life that I've wanted to do, that I've been so fortunate to be able to do, or things I didn't know that I wanted to do until I learned them, like live streaming. How can I possibly complain? In some ways, I'm my own game show host and participant. And yet it's very interactive in ways that television just never was before, as far as hearing from your audience. I find it fascinating. 5. So a whole lot of intel opposite me. We'll roll out a pair of Romans prototypes. Oh, thank you. 28 years of broadcasting, which is kind of wild. But I enjoy it. It's something that, Like, I take it seriously with my broadcasts, and so there's a matter of taking things seriously, and there's a matter of understanding that with something new and novel with live streaming, and particularly Web3 games, and a game like this that's so much fun with Warsaken Blitz that has people that are very passionate about it, at the same time can be very relaxed and have a fun time and enjoy playing. It's fantastic. I love it. Well, I tell you, everybody has their own way of doing it. And I've learned things from other people. I mean, just because somebody hasn't been... There are all sorts of ideas. I think if somebody comes into this thinking they know it all, they're going to get a rude surprise. But if you come in with an open mind as far as, okay, these things weren't possible before, and maybe it's not as smooth as I want it to be because I'm my own technical director and I know my own pros and cons as far as weaknesses and strengths as a broadcaster. I'm going to pass up on those 2 actions there, keep my 4th spot in my war zone open in the turn. It's a roll of 1. There was a time when I was a licensed insurance salesman, and I was terrible as far as door-to-door sales. That did not work out well for me. If somebody doesn't want to talk to me, I hate the idea of bothering them because I despise it the other way around when people annoy me when I want to be left alone. I will go 3 of a kind with a WMD. But in the cases where I got to actually sit down with people who were trying to figure out the sometimes maddening world of insurance, I can make it make sense to them. I made Bitcoin make sense in news stories I wrote in 2012. And so if I can do that with these games on live streams, and people can see me having fun and other people having fun, and that genuine emotion, that happiness, I mean, that's the kind of thing that you can't buy, that kind of genuine emotion. We'll go 3 of a kind here with the time detonation. Gonna bounce 3.
Select target.
1, control the message.
Select target.
1, planted device.
Select target.
And 1, violent tornado. Okay, 1 action to go for me for this turn. Play a soldier's barracks. Or a soldier barracks. Singular. And that'll be it for my turn. It's a roll of 5. But I tell you, there are people that far exceed what I can do with these live streams, or people that, and you'll see where they're like, they have hundreds of people watching and all writing to them at the same time. And they seem to be able to process these messages very quickly while they're playing these other complicated games at the same time, or they're doing something else. And it's just like, wow, that's a lot to keep up with. And these people seem to be very adept at it, which is impressive. I think, okay, what are they doing right? What are they doing to be effective? And what can I learn from them? If you think you can stop learning, you're setting yourself up for failure. All right, so some maneuvering there from my opponent. Roll a 3. Okay, I can play the 2nd soldier barracks, but nothing to make 3 of a kind. And I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open in the turn with those last 2 actions unused. It's a 4. Three of a kind intel. So we'll see if it's my war zone that gets targeted or my arsenal, my deck, that gets targeted. So it's the war zone, 1 each of the 3 that I had out there as pairs, now out there as standalones. It can be really challenging going up against an intel heavy deck This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Having a wonderful time here on 615 Day. Big celebration, Nashville. My hometown, I grew up here. And it's amazing to me to think what Nashville was in the early 1980s and what Nashville is now. And while there are things about the past that I miss, places that are gone, people that are gone, I can look at what my city has become and be thrilled with the overwhelming success that is happening here. And part of me wants to be like, hey, we're closed, please, enough. But look, tourism's a big part of it. But things changed through the year. I worked at Opryland. Had a summer as a carny. Summer in 1994 when I was in high school. Learned a lot that summer. A lot about a lot. I mean, it was good memories, some wonderful people that I won't forget. But also the challenges of dealing with the public. Some of the absolutely just bizarre situations you run into. Just he's trying to make people happy at an amusement park. But the reality was Opryland was on property that was just way too valuable to, as a standalone there as an amusement park. So they turned it into Opry Mills and as a shopping destination, even after a really bad flood that people around here won't soon forget. They managed to get the place cleaned back up, and it's, even in spite of the pandemic, hometown's going strong. So 615 Day, I mean, again, it would be like if it was something that was some corporate idea that was forced on the public, I would resent it greatly. But this is the opposite of that. I resent rolling a 1 because I can't play anything here with it. Ooh. We'll bring back the soldier barracks. That's going to end my turn. No worries. Rexy noted that had issues with Wi-Fi. I understand how that can be. I'm fortunate with my setup here that I'm able to have everything hardwired in. But for broadcasting purposes, I really have to have it that way. We have a kind of intel. There's, it's called again your arsenal milled. 6 cards taken from your arsenal, sent into your discard pile. If your arsenal hits 0 cards, your leader becomes compromised. A lot of intel opposite me. 3 sets of 2. Roll a 5. Okay. All that buildup and oh. This has not been my kind of match here, has it? Alright, well. We'll bring back the Z27 Tiger. Although I could have left it out there, but I didn't. I'll play a Roman's Prototype. That's 2 of a kind with that. 3 actions to go, 3 spots in my Warzone Open. We'll play a pair of Blinding Sandstorms. And my favorite card in the game, the A4 Revenge Super Carrier. I don't know who came up with this idea, but I absolutely love it. And as soon as I saw this, for the first time live on stream against an opponent, like, I have to get that. And so I did. Several of them, in fact. All that build up to play 1, and then that's the end of my turn. So my opponent rolls a 3. I am concerned about my arsenal, because if that hits 0, my leader becomes compromised. Building card. That allows my opponent to take 3 cards back from the discard pile. And that's to be saved for the next turn, I suppose. My turn. 4. Okay, I can play the Roman's Prototype. I can play the Blinding Sandstorm. And I'll still have 2 actions to go after that. Play the Blinding Sandstorm first. I'll take the extra turn. We'll get to the extra turn in a moment. 3 actions to go still on this turn. Just the 1 action to play the Roman's Prototype.
Select target.
Force card takes out one of my opponent's remaining 2 territories. We'll go with the Triton oil fields. Alright, so I have 2 actions to go for this turn. I'll play the pair of G6 R75s. Extra turn. 1. Revenge Super Carrier. And that's it for my turn. Oof. Two. So more than 5.5 hours in on this live stream. I'm still having a blast here playing Warsaken Blitz. And you see why I had to close the queue hours ago, or it feels like hours ago by now. And I appreciate everybody with the patience to stick around, knowing that it does take time to get from one match to the next at times. But it's so much fun. And when people beat me, I get to give them spin on the prize wheel. It's 3-of-a-kind intel. My arsenal's down to 19 cards. It'll be to 13 if it gets targeted here. Instead, going after the cards I had out there. 2 and 1. Clearing those out. My turn. 6. Play a tsunami. Extra turn. A violent tornado. Extra turn number 2. All right, here's the first of my 2 extra turns. 3. I'm going to have my opponent with a compromised leader after I play 3 John Riders.
Select target.
Mount Uptania. Extra turn number 2.
Compromised.
Need a 3-of-a-kind force to get the win. 4. All right, we'll play a trio of intel cards here, the hacked network.
Select target.
Gonna bounce 3. Oh, it's just slowly slowly loading there. Bounce.
Select target.
Bouncing 1 of each of these 2.
Select target.
And this one standalone. We'll speed things along here. 1 action to go here for this turn. A4 Revenge Super Carrier. Now end my turn. My opponent rolls a 1. I'm down to 6 cards in my arsenal, so it's a precarious spot. 2. Well now, I'm gonna get the win right here with the A4 Revenge Super Carrier. How about that? All right, good game. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here. 5 minutes tops. So Flaw on the other side of this break. We'll have a match back in 5 minutes. No, don't be scared. No, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes here. Just got to stretch out just a little bit. My neck's starting to get tightened up. All right. This is Warsaken Blitz NashvilleLou Live. That was the screen I was going for. Okay, back in just a few minutes. We'll finish things up here with these final 3 matches. 615 day. NashvilleLou Live. Stay tuned. Okay. Has to be a better way for me with these music. Or I try to pot it down from sound full to background music. I think it would be easier to have 2 spots specifically set. I know roughly where I want them every time. And I'm sure there's a plugin I have to find, but that's another battle for another day for me against, not even against, but Lou versus OBS Studio. Anyway, let's go now to Warsaken Blitz. 3 more matches to go here in the queue. Taking on Flaw. Let's see. I need a connect code, please. Excellent. Thank you. Of course, it only works right if I type it incorrectly.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Flaw. That image right there. I wonder why the Lou part didn't show up for me. I know I've got it covered normally with my overlay. See, there it is. For some reason, it was a no-show. You got scared away. Dog with knife. My logo headed for the hills. Okay. This is an interesting one. WMD heavy. Just the one building. There's some risk to it, but I'll keep it. Just when you take a mulligan, that can sometimes get a little bit squirrely on you. So my opponent rolls a 1. My turn. 1. Fire in the fields. This is NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Playing the new game Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is a simplified version of Warsaken. And Blitz has proven to be a very fun game to live stream. My opponent rolls a 5. When that happens in Warsaken Blitz, you get 5 cards and 5 actions for that turn. Every card you play is an action, so 2 and 2 there with a pair of doubles for the force cards. And for the purpose of Blitz, the force cards, it doesn't matter which one they are. They all behave the same as far as what they let you do in this game. It's a simplified form. It really helps as far as allowing people to learn how this game works. So I rolled a 6, which is great. So I'll play Fire in the Fields. 5 more actions to go. I've got 3 spots open in my war zone with a pair of private Sarah Yvette's. So now 3 actions to go, 2 spots open in my war zone. This is where buildings get in the way because you can't play them until you actually have something in your discard pile. You can even put them out there just to take up space, which is it's problematic when you get a heavy draw of them early. So I'm actually going to forego the final 3 actions and end my turn here. It's a 6. And hello. 3 of a kind. There's a hello to me with a private event. Picking out territory. I'm down to 3 territories. A pair of weather cards for Flaw. And that's it. My turn. 1. However, luckily for me, I have 2 private Sarah vets out there already. In my war zone, I'll play a 3rd. Take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
I wonder if I need to F5 my app to get it to move a little bit faster here. It's the mystery house. I mean, you know which one it is. And the all-new mysterious Bancare Island disappearing. So 3 territories for me, 3 territories for my opponent. What is Flaw's turn? That's interesting about the philosophy about that 4th spot in the war zone. And your way may very well be the better way to go about it. I'm still learning quite a bit when it comes to this game. Okay. Whoa. I mean, I know the 3 that are out there are the private Sarah vets that have already played. So it doesn't matter for the purposes of Blitz. It doesn't matter which building trio I use here. But it's just the fact they are building cards, so it's 3 of a kind. If I could click on the proper button, it would help. There we go. So again, if somebody's making a play to mill your arsenal down to 0 and compromise your leader, a building can be very helpful to send 6 cards from your discard pile, get them shuffled into your remaining arsenal cards. More often, though, you'll probably find yourself going return 3 to hand with this. I'll take a trio of private vets. 2 actions to go here for this turn. However, it may be tempting to play the private vets. The cards are dancing around, but it also means there's a huge target on them, since it's going to be very obvious what I just that I've got 3 of a kind with that. So you have to take that into consideration somewhat. I'm not going to play soldier barracks to go bring back some other building cards. So instead, we'll look for the intel. We'll go with a pair of dispatched agents, and that'll end my turn. It's a 6. I guess the question would be, is the advantage worth it to have the cards already out there in position that you can use versus if the cards end up being in the way because you end up drawing like a trio that you can play like that with a 3 of a kind there, or even if it's not that you drew all at once, but maybe you don't want your WMDs hanging out there. But if you're talking about building cards, that is a different element altogether. WMD, you get to play that once per match in Warsaken Blitz. It takes out 2 of your opponent's territories. As demonstrated right there by Flaw, it's going to be down to 1 territory left. 2 actions still to go. A pair of force cards. Now it's my turn. 3. Okay. So I already have 2 fire in the fields out there. I can play a third, and I'll gain an extra turn. 2 actions still to go for this turn. Play a pair of private Sarah vets, knowing I've got the extra turn coming right now. Even if I roll a 1, I can still make 3 of a kind. 4. Okay, I'll play 3 of a kind, lasting blizzard, and I'll gain an extra turn. There's the extra turn. 1 more action to go for this turn, and it works out quite nicely with that third private Sarah vet. Second time around, just as effective. The force trio right there lets me take out another of my opponent's territories. This time it's the port of Karmasani. So my opponent's going to be down to 2 territories left. Extra turn. 2. You're asking for trouble if you're putting WMDs out there, I think. So, same time I have 3 spots open in my war zone. So I'll go ahead now. I'll go ahead with a soldier barracks. I can go ahead with a pair of those, and that will end my turn. Those are building cards. Remember, building cards let you go into your discard pile and bring 3 back to your hand. And I already explained the other option there. If your arsenal is under attack and you need to move 6 cards in from your discard pile into your arsenal, that has saved me before in a match. So it's not without merit, even here in the simplified form of Warsaken here in Blitz. Roll of 5. 4 sets of 2 opposite me. There's 3 of a kind 4s. I'm gonna have a compromised leader. This could be it.
Compromised.
It's just gonna take 1 more 3 of a kind 4s. Sorry, 2 sets of 2 out there, but it's a building card trio. But if you're able to pull back, well, we'll see. One action to go for this turn. Like, if there's a third weather hiding, and no, okay, wow, I was not expecting to get another roll of the die. I'll take it. 6. Oh my. Oh, this is going to get interesting, because here's the problem. I mean, this WMD stuff's nice and all, but that other WMD isn't going to do me anything to take out my opponent's compromised leader. It's about to be compromised. White phosphorus bomb.
Select target. Compromised.
So we both have a compromised leader. You see what I'm staring down force-wise. It's really unlikely that I'll get another roll, it would seem. But I might. The question is here, okay, with the soldier barracks, I can go for a third to bring back. Maybe, I don't think there's a third one of these in here, though. I don't think there's a dispatched agent hiding among the 15. Let's take a look. Maybe I'm wrong. Nope, not wrong. Okay. Play a pair of cheetahs. And I'm going to end my turn. So it's unlikely I'll get another roll, but we'll see. Read along in the chat with what Flaw wrote. Okay, what's going on with the phantom noises here? This is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou live. It's a 3. Flaw rolled a 3. This is almost for sure going to be it. It only takes one more three-of-a-kind force to beat me here. There's 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, Flaw, victorious. That means we're going to have a spin on the Warsaken prize wheel here in just a moment. So this is going to get interesting here. Let's see. We've already had some nice prizes given out already tonight. Yes, and with your dear Zara, like you said, exactly. That worked out very well for you there. I'm happy for you. Congratulations. The irony was I thought I was done there the roll before. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and make sure I have the proper scene pulled up as we go to the Warsaken prize wheel. It's an ultra rare. That was the last prize given away. So we're now looking at 1 out of 42. We'll sort it here, go through everything on the wheel. There's some nice stuff here. 3 different epics are out there. Loot Pack 03, my own personal collection. I loaded up that last night when I saw when that train was a bit heading out. And that's the last train out as far as buying those loot packs with loot, and I bought what I could with the idea of giving a lot of it away here. So that's on the wheel. The super rares, of course. An Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5. Very much appreciate Sean IOP donating that to the wheel. Ultra rares, very rares. Oh, we got nice. I'm trying to figure out how you pronounce it. Is it just Cowabunga? Is it Chowabunga? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it greatly. So you're just in time for a spin of the Warsaken prize wheel. Okay. Let's take this from the top. As I noted here, so Flaw just beat me in Warsaken Blitz. And when somebody beats me on stream in Warsaken Blitz, they get a spin on the Warsaken prize wheel here on NashvilleLou Live. 3 epics on the wheel, a loot pack. You can't buy those anymore, the loot. That's on the wheel. Super rares. Noted that Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5 from Sean IOP. The ultra rares, the very rares. All right. I want to glance back through it. If I missed anybody in there, my apologies on that. If you don't have to say shuffles, I was actually looking up to see if you'd written anything on that. No, you don't have to. I'll give you several shuffles here, Flaw. Good luck to you. Here we go. Congratulations. Very rare Z27 Tiger, number 978. Congratulations on that. Prize on the Warsaken prize wheel. And you know, Flaw, I'm not sure I have for sure that I have your wax address. So if you could confirm that. So I want to make sure this goes to the right place. Because as noted, there are people that sometimes will have their wax address listed in-game as something different than where they actually want it to go. So there we go, the Blackbird one. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. Wanted to be sure. That's always, even if it means slowing things down for just a moment with a stream, I think it's imperative because that's a big part of it. These are prizes people have won. I'm excited to give them away. And the key to that is making sure they go to the right place. And so typically what I do here on stream is a little bit different than what some people do, but there is many different approaches as there are people when it comes to live streaming, and especially with Warsaken Blitz. But it's a good thing. I've learned so much from watching so many different people with their own takes on it and what they use to supplement their broadcasts and to give it that extra pop. So I'll make sure I wish a happy 615 day. I mean, June 15th. It's already the 16th for a lot of you, I realize, but here in Nashville, it's still 615 day, so the celebration continues. Happy 615 day from NashvilleLou. Okay, so we'll get that sent right on over. We'll show it off here on stream. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and type next in chat to get the queue bumped up. All right, so Gabbix, you'll be up next. And if I do this correctly, I'll bring up the slate here for just a moment. We'll bring up here on screen the quick look at the prize. And again, this has a twofold purpose. First of all, it shows that I legitimately did send it. But secondly, it also helps to spotlight it. And to me, that's an important part of this that I didn't really take into account or factor in, certainly like I should have coming into this. But I've learned just from watching it back, especially the positives of this. So here it is. Congratulations. Well, there you go. The Z27 Tiger. I like being able to just take a look at that art for a second and say, okay, there it is. So you've got a tank in a snowy atmosphere there. What can you do with that from an art standpoint? And they managed to make it come alive, get the blast right there. And so it's like everything else in this, practically in this collection. You've got things that would seem mundane and maybe a challenge to make stand out, and they seem to do a great job with it time and time again. So I think it's a cool part of it. That's your prize there. Congratulations. And Gabbix got that code from you there. Appreciate that. We'll get that going here in just a moment. Okay. All right, here we go.
Warsaken.
We're taking on Gabbix. Okay, I like this. Just the one building card. Matching pair. Keep it. So this is Warsaken Blitz, NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. More than 6 hours of this stream and nothing but playing Warsaken Blitz, talking with some great people, having fun, celebrating 615 Day. Big day here in Nashville. And I probably should have made note of when I actually closed the queue, but I think it's more than 2 hours ago, if not then close to it. Knowing that, I was thinking wrapping up around 9 o'clock, but with this game, sometimes it'll take longer. That's fine. All right, so I rolled a 4. We'll play a pair of freezing rainstorms. We need 3 of a kind of the same card to make an action. Is that what it's called? To actually utilize the card. You need 3 of a kind out there. 2 more actions that I can play for this turn. We'll play a pair of assassination attempts. And that's going to end my turn. So a roll of 2 for my opponent. It's a pair of weather cards. My turn. 3. So I have 2 spots remaining in my war zone. Play a pair of stolen blueprints. That's a lot of intel to have out there early like that, but making the best of it. Better than putting a WMD out there, in my opinion. And so I'm going to leave that last action unused, and I'll end my turn here. It's a 3. And the way it works for me with these broadcasts, play people one at a time. If I win, a good game. If they win, get a spin on the Warsaken prize wheel. So 2 sets of 2 with weather opposite me. And that's it. My turn. 4. All right, so I've got a freezing rainstorm to go with the 2 I already have out there. There's the 3 of a kind. 3 of a kind weather, you can either take extra 3 actions for your current turn. You'll almost always take the +1 turn. 3 actions to go for this turn before I get to that next turn. Play a pair of the XTTs. This is a really cool looking card here, by the way. It stands out. All right, so 1 action to go here. I'm not going to use. I'll keep that 4th spot open. It's in my turn. Oh, extra turn. I got distracted on something in my peripheral vision. This isn't going to be a distraction, though. So I've got intel choices as well. But we'll get to that in a minute. WMD is going to take out 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
So we'll start with Mount Uptania. We'll go after Ben Care Island. Of course, remember, in Warsaken Blitz, you can only play 1 WMD per match. But it's powerful, as you can see. It takes out, in this case, 2 of my opponent's territories. 1 action to go for this turn. Now, oh, what's that? Stray audio doing run-ins here. We'll play the 3rd of the stolen blueprints. And while I could make my opponent discard 3, I could mill my opponent's arsenal, taking 6 cards from there, and those 6 cards going into the discard pile. Instead, bounce 3.
Select target. Select target.
So I took 1 of each. It doesn't really matter. After that, we'll go with the other ideal conditions. In turn. It's a 5. Three of a kind building cards. See what they're going to go back for there. So a pair of weather cards, and that's it. My turn. 3. The XTT, it'd be 3 of a kind.
Select target.
They got the Port of Carmasani. So my opponent's down to 1 territory remaining. 2 actions to go for this turn. And I'm actually going to play a pair of ideal conditions. And that's going to end my turn. My opponent rolls a 3. Three of a kind weather. That means an extra turn for my opponent. 4. Three of a kind force. That'll take out one of my territories. One action to go for this turn. It's a weather card. My turn. 5. All right, play the third assassination attempt. Gonna bounce 3.
Select target.
Those 3. The invisible card.
Select target.
And we'll take out both fire in the fields. 4 actions to go for this turn. 3 of a kind Z27 Tigers. This will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Select target.
Vast Hinterland.
Compromised.
So 1 action to go still for this turn for me. And with that in mind, play Sergeant Vladimir Orlov. And that ends my turn. My opponent rolls a 2. So 2 of a kind force cards for my opponent. 3. All right. So I can play that ideal conditions and get an extra turn out of it. Two actions to go for this turn. Play the second Sergeant Vladimir. 1 action to go for this turn. Play a Tsunami. Extra turn. 1. Play that second Tsunami, and that's going to end my turn. Roll a 4 for my opponent. Gabix with 3 of a kind force. That'll take me down to 2 territories remaining. So a standalone force card ends the turn. My turn. 5. Okay, so I can go back. Let's see. All right, we'll play 3 of the kind with the amplified uplink facility. Building cards. Return 3 to my hand. I only have 20 cards left in my arsenal, but my opponent's got a compromised leader, so that's less of a concern. We'll go after the XTTs, bring those back. 2 actions to go. We'll play 2 of them, and that'll end my turn. Two. I should be able to win this match. Because there's no way to get 3 of a kind weathers with a roll of 2. Even if you have both of those forces match up out there. I've got a 3rd XTT. I just need to roll a 1, which is the minimum. There's 3 of a kind force. I'll be down to 1 territory. Yeah, it's a tough roll for you there, Gabix. That's the way it goes in this game, you know. There's a 6, of course, and I just needed 1. All right.
Select target.
Compromised leader. That's going to be the match. Good game. Okay, so 1 more to go. The John Jay. You're there. Please provide me with a code. Thank you. All right. So this will be the last matchup of the broadcast. The John Jay and I had a really hard-fought battle in round 2 of the tournament on Tuesday. I felt very lucky to have advanced out of that. There's the code. We'll get connected here.
Warsaken.
And here we go. Okay, now this is a hand that is very much primed for a mulligan. 3 building cards, nothing else that matches. Forget that. Okay. 2 building cards, nothing else matches. You know, I haven't had to use a second mulligan all night. I don't have to here, but I will. So I'll try and sneak a peek here. So 1 building card. Hey, nothing matches, but better than what I had, so at least I didn't take a bad deal and turn it into a worse one, although I did give my opponent an extra card in the process. Yeah, it really was some nerve-wracking matches at a time when the system was really, the one time I've seen it acting kind of like squirrely as far as just, I guess, the strain on the server. There's a 6. Like cards that I didn't play. I wasn't clicking to play. Some weird stuff happened. There's 3 of a kind with a WMD. So just like that, I'm down to 2 territories. But all those matches are available on video on demand here on Twitch. If you look at my most recent, I made highlights. I make highlights of my broadcast, so they stick around indefinitely. With the live versions there as well. It's essentially the same thing, maybe extra 30 seconds. If you really want to hear the opening song from that first note, dive on in. 2 of a kind with the force cards. I roll a 1. Whoa. Well, in situations like this, where I have nothing that matches, I've got nothing on the board, play a weather card. Typically, when in doubt, in that particular type of situation early on, go with the weather. And there's a roll of 1 for my opponent. It was interesting because with the John Jay, we both had first round buys. So I had no idea what to expect. And I ended up with a very good opponent, as you can see right here. Got me in a bit of a pinch. Rolled a 2. Sometimes it's just not your match. I mean, nothing matches. So I'm going to forego those 2 moves. And I know there's some that have taken other approaches with this. And maybe this approach isn't the best one. Especially here. It's probably isn't the best example. I have one card sitting out there. Meanwhile, I'm down to 2 territories. And it's a 6. There's a trio of intel cards. Get my arsenal milled. 6 cards from my arsenal sent to my discard pile. Now, you are allowed to look in your discard pile and find out what is in there. I think there might be some value if I was to be playing this. Like, if I were in the finals for next week, I didn't make it to the finals, but if I had made it to that round, having like a notepad and some paper, or notepad and paper, maybe a notepad and pen, to write down this sort of thing might be helpful for some players at some points. All right, roll a 6. Plenty of room out there. We'll start with a pair of jacks, Nashes. We're just going to play Nash on 615 day. 4 actions to go for this turn. I'll go with a pair of sent architectural plans. They're intel cards. 2 actions to go here. Now, see where I could play 2 cheetahs, but because I had that 1 weather out there, I'm going to not play the cheetahs. I'm not going to play anything here. End my turn. So this is the final match of this broadcast, approaching the 6.5 hour mark. A couple of weeks ago, I went just north of 8 hours. That was quite a bit. My turn. It's Happy 615. Very much. Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, well, I will go ahead and use that 4th spot. Maybe I should or shouldn't, but I'll play the green and blue hammerheads. And while they're different colors, I pointed that out because you notice they, for the purposes of Blitz, they're the same. They're just the 2 different rarities. The A9 hammerhead's the important part. Roll of 2 for my opponent. Yes, thank you. Happy 615 day. Like, it's funny to me because I remember enough about Nashville from the old. I remember Nashville before I-440 was here. Look, there's a lot to like about the old days, but some of those roads in the old days weren't so easy. I'm going to take Estes every day by way of like Harding Place to get over to Overbrook on the west side of Nashville, down West End. 6. Okay. Now we can finally get some things happening here. I go give an overview of what you got. Okay. So we'll start with that 3rd hammerhead, and I'll take out one of my opponent's territories.
Select target.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Tissues. So Mount Uptania. A port of Carmazon. Whoa, you don't get to take 2 there, Lou. It's not a WMD. Man, you can, maybe this is, I passed the 6 hour, 30-minute mark. At that point, Mr. Pickney's concentration seemed to fade a bit. 5 more actions to go for this turn. I'll go 3 of a kind with the cheetahs, take my opponent down to 2 territories.
Select target.
So both my opponent and I are down to 2 territories, remaining 2 actions for me to go for this turn. I'll play a second Blinding Sandstorm. And I'm going to forego that last action there and end my turn. Uh-oh, that's a 6. This could be curtains for me here. 20 cards in my opponent's hand. They rolled a 6. Intel. I'm guessing they're going after my war zone, although they could go after my arsenal. Don't mill my arsenal, please. I said, okay, gladly. We'll take one off the top each from your war zone. 3-of-a-kind force. I'm going to be down to 1 territory left. My concern was that a WMD was going to show up, but that's not exactly reassuring as far as when that shows up. 1 action to go for this turn. Yeah, there's so much to see here. From a tourist standpoint. And while Nashville has always depended to one degree or another on tourism, it's really impressive to see that some very creative people have done to help bring positive attention to my hometown. So the roll of 1 here when I've got... Not the best as far as options go for me. I'll play the dispatched agent and I'll end my turn. Hey, Lucido Burrito, thank you for the follow. I need to get a way to, again, as I try to get things set up with whichever, if it's MooBot or if I do something with Streamlabs or whatever. There's 3-of-a-kind force taking me down 0 territories.
Compromised.
And later compromised, as you heard there. It's going to take 1 more 3-of-a-kind force, and that would be the match. But there's some things as far as like pop-ups for when there's a new follower, when there's a raid. I need to get that prioritized. There's a priority to win the match. 3-of-a-kind force. That'll do it.
Eliminated. Defeated.
Good game. What do you do if the other person doesn't play for over 30 minutes? Well, that's a good question. All right. Good game. So that was the last match of the broadcast as far as for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live with Warsaken Blitz. But we're not done yet because we're going to the prize wheel. Got to find out what the John Jay's going to win here. And we, much respect after that battle we had in the tournament on Tuesday. So let's hope you win something cool here. Something you like, something you want. All right, so here's the Warsaken prize wheel, presented in part by my Land and Alien Worlds, Neri 3616. So we take this last prize with the remove button. So now we're talking, we'll sort it. 1 out of 41 chances here. This will be the last spin of the night. Prepare to wrap up this broadcast. North of 6.5 hours, and I've had so much fun with this. This to me is like finding opportunities with broadcasting that fit what I enjoy doing and whatever skill set I might bring, and then having great people to play against. So here we go with the overview on the prize wheel. Got 3 epics out there. Gave away 2 epics last Thursday, so maybe you'll get one here. Maybe you'll get the loot pack. And these are, for the most part, for my own personal collection, unless otherwise noted. And yet, I've thoroughly enjoyed giving them away. It's wonderful. That's how it should be. It's a part of the fun. And I hope that comes across the appreciation I have for people, even if they just stop in for a little while, but especially my regulars. Without my regulars, there is no 6.5 hour broadcast. Of course, the Unreal Successful Mole Hunt number 5, talking about generosity. Sean IOP graciously donating that to the prize wheel. Got the ultra rares, the very rares. Oh, that's funny. Join. All right, so I'm going to give this several shuffles here. The John Jay, good luck to you. Much respect. I mean, we did battle in that tournament, and that could have gone either way there at the end. So much respect. It is a bunch of shuffles, and here we go. Well, I'll tell you, Musical Man, I closed that queue hours ago, it feels like, oh, is this going to be an ultra rare? It will be an ultra rare. I was afraid it might stop short on you there on the super rare, which would have been all right. But the ultra rare public embarrassment, congratulations. Here's some embarrassment. But it's an ultra rare, so congratulations on that. And so I think the last bit here for me is going to be to make sure I have the proper wax address to send that to for you, to John J. I want to make sure it gets to the right place. Now, it's possible I overlooked it above. Thank you. Okay, great. So what we'll do here before we wrap things up, make sure this last prize gets sent out, show it off here to everybody. And that's the other side of this that I mentioned before that I really like, is the showcase element. Because there's some fantastic artwork in this game. And it adds to the fun factor, for me at least. It adds to the fun of being able to show it off. You know, I talked about game shows before, and almost game show host type mentality, because you've got an audience you're trying to keep happy. You've got people that have watched nearly everything you've ever done, and people who have never seen it from minute one, and you're talking to a lot of different audiences at the same time. And I'm doing that with sports broadcasts. I can give you a hyper-technical breakdown, or I can make it very vague. And if you can kind of mix some elements of both and please everybody, you'll never please everybody, but you can normally find a path there that will get most people to enjoy what you have to say. It helps when you have genuine enthusiasm like I have for this game. All right. So before I send that, I will have to make sure in my notes here that I keep track of what I sent out and where, so that from an inventory standpoint, got everything figured out. And so I guess this will be the last memo for this year's 615 day for me. So happy 615 day from NashvilleLou. That'll be in the memo section. And making sure it is an ultra rare. Make sure I'm sending you the right one. And so we'll get that sent out here in just a moment. Then we'll pull it up here live on stream, show it off. Maybe talk about a little bit what's coming up next week. And then we'll be ready to wrap it up. But first, we're going to show off that prize. As the music abruptly goes quiet there for a moment. Inopportune. There it is. Congratulations to John J. Decisive win over me there. And there it is, the public embarrassment number 82. Only 200 of these exist. It's ultra rare. This one's yours. Congratulations. I like the expressions of the people's faces around. All eyes are on you when you don't want them to be. Fame can be a powerful thing, but fame is one of those things that people sometimes don't realize you can't just turn off. Can't flip a switch. Anyway, that made me think of that. But I've had so much fun playing this game here today with you. After having done a lot of live streaming already this week, so, you know, any concerns about burnout, forget it. I'm having a blast with this. Let me go ahead and bring the slate back up. And I guess we'll go ahead and wrap things up here with this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. 6 hours, 40 minutes plus. I hope that everybody that wanted to play, did my best to get as many people in as I could for at least one time around. Gave away some great gifts here. Had a lot of fun with this being 615 day. Had a blast spending it with you. So the plan for next week, some of this is still, you know, I want to do my best to be as open-ended as possible with the tournament organizers and the people who put a lot of hard work into to make Game Fest come together, and that should be a lot of fun. So Tuesday of next week, Warsaken Blitz will be the finals. And this is where I would love it if I could have some sort of like NFL Red Zone. If you ever seen that with Scott Hansen hosting, I'm not as smooth as Scott Hansen is. His transitions, when I know he's got like 10 people in his ear telling him about these, 8 games going on at once. It doesn't have to be that complicated, but being able to look in, or even just like a live look in to listen to what other people are saying. You don't even need a host. You don't need me for that per se. But just all sorts of potential like that with all sorts of games. And I think the sky's the limit when it comes to gaming and live streaming and the potential, where in many ways it really is your imagination that's going to determine how far you can take some of these ideas. But more than anything, it's a chance for people that enjoy playing this fun new game to come together and play. There's a lot to be said for that. So that's going to do it with this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time. So that's the out cue there for the YouTube version. I'm going to check real quick here because that's where I'll just cut it off. And it looks like I'm the only person live streaming Warsaken at the moment, so we'll go ahead and wrap it up here. But thank y'all so much for watching, playing, all of that. Thank you all for taking part! Exclamation point. So next Thursday, 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm not sure if it's just 20 or 2000 UTC, however you want to say it. But you know the time. And it's been something where it's been several hours that we've been having these on those Thursdays. That slot seems to work out well. And I appreciate everyone who's helped me out as far as coming in to play me, especially early on. I show up here in the Warsaken community and I'm welcomed with open arms and strong support and generosity, and it's really cool. And again, we've only just begun. So this will do it for this broadcast of NashvilleLou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Thanks for watching. See you next time.